Awesome, Matt. I think we are live.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
like it. Uh,
That's
we're
that's a
on
little bit
air.
interesting. You can actually ask somebody if you can write on chat, if you can hear us loud and clearly. And we're going to start in a couple of seconds with a webinar hosted for the first time, the partner day online. But yeah, there will be more to come. And actually, Matt, we are planning the on-site event as we were discussing for multiple weeks already.
Yeah, so this is not just a webinar, right?
Yeah.
It's a full-on Xplus Partner Day, the first one ever. It should be very, very interesting. But yeah, we were planning initially to do it on site. We wanted to do a nice on-site event in Warsaw to invite our partners and maybe even some customers to talk about our solutions in detail and how they work in real life, what kinds of results they generate, both for customers and partners. But it wasn't meant to be this year to do it on site, so
Sure.
we settled on doing it online. I think this will still be great. The sessions will be, very focused on value, and I'm sure everyone who attends will take something out of it, something valuable from each and every session.
We
Uh,
probably won't also overlap with the events we had because this year was crazy for Vegas, Porto Roche. We've
yeah.
showed a lot, but yeah, I think we have some new stuff for our guests.
Oh yeah, for sure. The amount of events, like just in May, it was way too much. But this year in general, I think we've been to a record number of events, right? This Mavim event in Amsterdam. We had this Credo event for XF in Warsaw. We had the Microsoft AI tour in Brussels. We had the roundtable from Microsoft in Warsaw. We had the companion events in Copenhagen, in
Yeah,
Bucharest,
Bucharest. Yeah, true.
the CER event in London, and then the Dynamics Con in Vegas. That was a fun event, wasn't it?
And also Porto Roche and this multiple other on-site visits with partners. Yeah, this I believe that's this is the moment where Lufthansa and all the Star Alliance flights, the Star Alliance companies, they should send us some flowers for spending so much cash on them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they should, shouldn't they, huh? They
Yeah,
should be treating us better for being such frequent flyers. But
true,
yeah,
true.
it's been crazy between these events and visiting partners, customers. It's difficult to actually find the time, to catch up on things.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, excited. That'll be great event. And as Matt is mentioning, we are co-hosting here today with multiple people on board. There will be Matt hosting the session. There will be Pavel Bunchkovsky who will run the data mining and process mining functionalities. So we're gonna have Pavel Wozniak. So everybody who is actually very visible on the YouTube channels and on-site session with partners and customers. You will see us all today. We brought the A team to show you everything we've came up through last years and guide you through how to collaborate with Xplus, become more a partner, how to make revenue streams because this is the goal, yeah, Matt? We want to bring business and we want to grow together with partners.
Exactly, that's the way to go. When we bring value to the customers together, these customers are happy. You, as our partners, are happy, and we are happy. So, when everyone is happy, that means we're doing something right together. But Bart, what a journey it has been, right? These past, I don't know, 8 or more years, from being a market leader in AX 2009 and AX 2012 for automated testing to
Yeah.
becoming the number one paid solution for FNO for automated testing, to having our security setup solution, well, first developing it to solve security issues for customers, then selling it to Microsoft so that now everyone can take part and solve their custom security roles with user security governance, to now this exciting new observability solution, the first one ever for
Yeah.
FNO. Was
Yeah,
it
I think
was it easy?
I think that's a roller coaster. That describes the way you think you know everything about the market and the partners and the value proposition, but then competition. Microsoft releases our set for free, and we've been kind of questioning what do we do? We have a paid product, and how to collaborate, and we won, as you mentioned. And overall, I think the best value we can extract from all those years is that. I think we have very good nose, very good feeling what products to build, and how to build them, what kind of functionalities, how to collaborate with market, how to collaborate with Microsoft and partners to bring significant value. And I think this experience we are sharing together with the team because it's a fact that we also internally are very stable. We have a little churn on the team. Everybody with high knowledge stays, and that actually gives us that feeling of the market to know where to position next step. So I think that 8 years, it's a stability. It's a roller coaster, but it's stability and the big pleasure that we can actually bring some game changers to the market, as you were mentioning, security, an example. Okay.
Yeah. And now there's also a very exciting opportunity with Microsoft deprecating RSAT. Uh,
Sure.
I'll talk a little bit more about this during my session, but I think everyone is thinking, like, what now? Microsoft
Yeah,
deprecating
exactly.
RSAT. Many customers use it to some point. Some use it very little. Some use it more. In my opinion, RSAT is not really a viable solution for bigger projects. If you have more than like 100 test scripts, it gets very difficult to manage that in RSAT. But smaller projects having 50 test scripts in RSAT, that's perfectly fine. And many customers who are doing that now will start looking into some other solutions. And we are targeting this moment. We are thinking strategically about how to make it work so that we can uh, go with our light version, which is a free version of the solution, which we already shipped before Microsoft announced
True.
this RSAT deprecation. But we want to make this solution a tool that anyone can use, that is free, and that brings a whole lot better experience than RSAT ever brought. But yeah, it's just about us figuring out this freemium premium model, how to make this work. And we've already received a lot of very, very useful feedback from many of our partners on how to shape this version. Again, the version 1 is already available on App Source, but we're now thinking about how to improve it, how to make the version 2 the standard go-to solution for anyone needing help with test automation in FNO. And of course, there will be just some limitation on how much you test. If you get really serious about testing and you start testing a lot and very frequently, sooner or later you will need to upgrade from this free version to a premium version, to a paid version. But yeah, customers who will continue to test small will be able to use the free version pretty much forever.
True, true. Yeah, that's a point. And we've encountered value of true kind of the estimate that there are close to 3,000 customers across the globe with RSAT being somehow active. So that'll be interesting how this conversion will go on. And yeah, today over multiple sessions, you will see details of that. And I think I will just carry on to the agenda with
Let's take a look what we have for this first one ever Xplus Partner Day.
exactly. So we are starting with welcome. We will walk you through the observability as the foundation for your future. That will be hosted by me. I will give you some good understanding of what this product does and how to perceive that for your dynamic finance and operations environments.
Just maybe to say a few words about Bart, if you don't know him yet. Bart is our VP of products. He's the man behind all our major solutions. He's been critical in our success, and I'm always amazed by the insights he brings to the table, and also just the sheer breadth of his knowledge. And in this session, Bart, I believe you'll take everyone through the product that's been getting a lot of attention lately,
Yeah.
Discovery. And you talk about the values that observability brings for F&O customers.
Exactly, yes. So that'll be summarized in a glimpse. Naturally, this application has a massive. This is going to be a foundation for entire day, because the observability at the end of everything, how are you going to perceive that, builds value for auditing, for testing, from process mining, for performance testing, and so forth. So that'll be something which combines all of that. And if you're going to take a look on the first session, you're going to have. That would be a nice starter for the other topics. We're going to have process mining hosted by Paweł Bączkowski. We're going to have test automation by you, Matt, our head of product, head of the partnerships. Thank you so much, Matt, for kind words. Always great to co-host
My pleasure.
and co-hike the world. Yeah, we do a lot of traveling together with Matt to partners and customers, so we are able to brainstorm a lot how to build good products in our ecosystem. And lastly, we will have Paweł Woźniak on the complete vision of performance of your D365 FSCM and BC Test Automation Live. So that will be a complete day with us today, and I bet you won't get bored. I bet that you're gonna see here today multiple great values. And yeah, let us know, what do you think about that. We're gonna redo those webinars and few more than invited for on-site events we're gonna host soon.
Yeah, we'll start also each session with a quick survey just to get a better understanding of the audience and also better tailored this experience for you. So please participate in those surveys. Also, for each session, just write your questions, comments in the chat. There will always be at least a few minutes, hopefully, for each session to address your questions at the end. And there will also be a 15-minute break between each of the sessions. Of course, it may be a little longer or a little shorter, depending on how the session actually ends. But there should be at least some break for each. And again, we'll start all of these sessions with the quick survey. So please take part in that. And I think with that, Bart, I'll just leave you to your first session.
I have one more point. See
Uh-huh.
that we are actually visiting the BizApps Summit in Seattle next
Yeah.
month. I think it will be also a good moment to invite people for, I think, first ever comparison of test automation tools, applications on the scene. So that will be very interesting discussion done and hosted by Dynamics communities in Seattle. We've been invited to compare all the current test automation solutions available on the market, targeting finance and operations. And on the scene, we'll be able to answer questions how we perceive our test automation in agentific era. So that will be interesting. I'm super excited. And I love where we stand, Matt, now. With the power from the observability, we are giving to the market such a unique combination of functionalities, a platform which is uncomparable. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to watch. So feel invited for that. And we have the event in October. That'll be the
Yeah, the Dynamics Con Europe, I believe this is what you mean, the one happening in Frankfurt. Or also there's the Summit NA in October, I think in Nashville this year.
yes.
So yeah, the next three events we're talking about, we're thinking about what we're going to, are going to be this BizApp Summit in at the end of July. Be sure to let us know if you're coming. Again, we'll have this really nice session on comparing the different test automation solutions. Bart is gonna destroy the competition, I believe. And then there's going to be the Dynamics Con in Europe, in Frankfurt in October, and then Community Summit in Nashville in the US also in October.
Exactly, and that'll be a great occasion if the content you're going to see today over today's agenda will interest you. On site, we are organizing some more one-to-one demos with partners. We discuss everything in detail. We want to propose a safe approach on scalability and building you services that will actually bring you a massive value for your end customers and yeah, build new revenue streams. So all of that in a glimpse today, but on site we can go to details and navigate how to embed all the applications you're going to see today. And I think, yeah, with that being said, I will jump into the observability. Thank you so much, Matt, for co-hosting the welcome with me. And look forward for your part soon. And yeah, let's
Thanks so
jump
much, Bart.
in
Uh,
observability.
Everyone, please enjoy the session by Bart.
Thank
See you
you.
later.
All right, so as you can see in here, the title, as Matt introduced me, my name is Bart. I'm Vice President of Products. For last 10 years, I'm in Xplus building test automation application, but also I've accomplished one acquisition by Microsoft with our security application. Plus, we've built lately observability. So this is the third product in different niche of dynamics finance and operations, which brings value to you. And today, and I think having in mind what I've said in a quick glimpse, observability is the biggest revolution. And this application is live for all on over on 30 instances of dynamics finance and operations, which makes a massive change how users are working in D365. I will run a quick quiz for you now. So if you can just jump into the quiz with me. So there are going to be a few questions to interact, which will give us some market insights, which will give massive feedback for us how to build new partner days, how to help customers, and how well we are designed to the product niches and product gaps. So I will give you guys a few moments to register. Please scan QR code on the site and feel free to answer the questions. If I will see all responses, I will just carry on to the next questions, and we're gonna then summarize these a bit later on. It is fun. We use a lot of polls and a lot of research with customers just to understand where are the troubles on the market, what needs to be addressed. And so far, since 2019, I think we've done over 600 customer and partner visits across the globe, which is fun because that gives us a great feeling of the market. Yeah, so the first question is how often does a client report an issue that was already visible in the system log long before anyone noticed it? So we have first responses. Let's give a few more minutes to people to answer. Have the same answers sometimes. Um, we are addressing with most of the products we are actually addressing the core trouble which we see on the enterprise market, which is stability and performance of Dynamics itself, where you have plenty of components, including Dynamics Finance and Operations and C. And also users only position when they're a showstopper. Fully agree. Yeah. These are not users are not QA very often, and they will just notify you when they're gonna get when they're gonna hit the roadblock. Let me wait for frequently. Okay, I'll carry on. Just to mind the time that we have. So if somebody wants to respond, I'll try to. See if we are able to. Yeah, that's going to reset. So there is a second question. Do you currently have a tool that shows you in real time what is happening inside your client system? And yep, sadly no. That is um, that is a gap we've identified. Actually, when Microsoft moved on to from X 2012 from Exapta to finance and operations, and Azure Portal was a little bit rebuilt. LCS goes to retirement. Now we are, yeah, desperately needing more insights of how the application are working. And I think you're going to be interested in performance monitoring, which is the application which Pavel will overview today, which gives you very deep insights on how your finance and operation works from hardware to the SQL, number of AOSs, how the environment is scaled over time, SQL, long queries, KPI metrics, which are custom. That'll be interesting. And yeah, I also feel excited to see because there's going to be new content available. And the last but not least, so we have some statistics out of this, and I think everything what you've answered precisely will be addressed by these sessions because um, you need to have data about your environment to make wise decisions, to make business changes, to make some ISV introductions. These elements we will definitely help you. I'm going to walk you through some documentation versus real business processes, observability architecture, the foundation for proper testing coverage, and naturally we're going to go through the demo itself. Um, One of the biggest trouble we've encountered is that the knowledge about the business processes is embedded in documentations. But very often these documentations are remaining the old relics from implementation, always deactualized. You have a lot of gaps in them. They are very inaccessible by the users. So simply saying the documentation itself is outdated. In reality, business processes are more hectic. They are a decision tree. They are never a linear process. So documentation never describes well how the business is behaving in D365 FNO. And this is why major of the testing projects are failing because they don't have availability of the business. And we wanted to build an application to solve that. And I think we've solved it out pretty in very interesting way. We have the first in Dynamics observability application, which allows you to listen and observe every singular user active in Dynamics and focus on their every click, type, and decision they do, which brings us the capacity to do much more because we are able to unpack on production, FAT, UAT. You can observe multiple layers, multiple machines. So simply saying you deploy an agent to your production system. And from that moment, every user which logs in through the browser, their clicks and types are registered, and all the data is going straight to Azure Cloud on your tenant. From the partner perspective, you can imagine that you can actually deploy to every D365 maintenance services, the managed services you offer to every customer can deploy that. They can build on their tenant where Dynamics stays. They can add a new resource group where all the data will be stored. And then based on that, they can build new alerting, they can build access rights, so new security roles based on the human behavior. They can have complete audit trail of the user actions. So all of that, what you see in here, we're going to demo today, but it's an essential element that we are able to provide you clicks and types from every user. And right now, the biggest headcount of the users we are observing on one singular instance of Dynamics is close to 6,000 users, which provides us a confirmance that we are able to survive heavy load and we are able to provide you data without users noticing, without impacting the performance. We are performance neutral. So simply saying, we are able to unpack all clicks, form inputs, navigation, workflow, data change, observability from complete user actions. That is streamed straight to the AI engine, which analyzes the human behavior. We are able to run our AI, which does validate and map your behavior versus business process catalog. So we use business process catalog to understand what the users are performing in the application to let you know where you spend the most of the time, where you have the biggest cost on the application, where to place agents. And actually, this foundation is the best possible way how you're going to navigate from the digital era through implementing of finance and operations towards autonomy. So jump into the journey because I think that will help you to position where to place agents, where they are effective, what kind of ISVs you can implement. So as a partner, that's a massive capability to bring revenue and actually great quality to the end users. Um, with that being said, let's talk a little bit about test automation and observability as this combination is essential because you can actually test with our app very efficiently. You will see that today over Matt's presentation. But as mentioned, the observability is the best possible rocket fuel for test automation. Only with observability you can get to the autonomy because in our sense, in our idea, to get autonomous testing, you need to have the limited amount of business users activity in order to perform test automation. And through observability and then unpacking what users are performing in the application, we are able to deliver that. But the autonomy itself has multiple levels, which means that we are able to solve this problem. South Africans, they say you can eat an elephant in the chunks. And I think we've done this in the perfect approach because we are able to uh, unpack from the observability what users are performing. So I can simply tell to the testing, please let's repeat all the steps, actions done by Emma, who is actually performing today finance process. So I can unpack the user session in order to get testing. Then the level two, which we already released in our test application, has an AI healing mechanism which heals the process. So Emma is performing finance operations, and these finance operations on the test they might not work because of the differences in data. So we are actually able to heal the script on the level two in order to change the data and make it repetitive. So the level two helps you with actual reusability. Then autonomy on level three, and this is something we are soon to release, and functionalities which are helping you to judge by AI a representative patterns, which I'll explain a little bit more over the demo. But business process catalog made our life easier. We are able to name processes done by the users according to the BPC, and that within the pattern recognized, we are able to show what is the way how your users are performing that specific explicit pattern in the business. Naturally, every application has a roadmap, so we have much more ideas to evolve. And what you can expect from us on the longer term will be an end-to-end scenarios based on the patterns, but also we've done crazy stuff. We've been able to reproduce 8 hours of the application after go live, meaning that we've observed the system for 24 hours. We've actually made a backup of the production application at 8 a.m. and we've repeated the 8 hours of user actions from prod on the reflection of production system to actually show what production like transactions can work on the test. We've reached close to 25% of the success rate, which means that we've been able to reproduce those 25% of transactions. And actually, we've tested so many edge cases, which were never part of the smoke test or regression test because they are simply very unique moments of the production machine. So think the outcome of this slide is that this observability is just the baseline. This gives you massive amount of understanding about your environment. And if you invest in that foundation of data, you'll be able to unpack much more. And in the future, you'll benefit from more functionalities focusing on that specific data. What else is in the glimpse? You're actually able to have much more data and set alerts in the application based on specific behavior. So you can actually set an alert when somebody does XYZ and get email notification, hey, somebody modified parameters from LIFO to FIFO. So you can seal the entire configuration of Dynamics and then get alerted. So we are solving one of the biggest troublemaker, the very frequent changes to the configuration of dynamics. But else, we are actually able to compare and understand the duration of the users in the application, which means that if somebody is active for 20 minutes versus their session is actually taking 7 hours to complete, we are able to find out some potential savings. We are able to judge where to improve, and if users are spending a lot of time in the application, but they are just they desperately need an upskilling session to make sure that they use the system in the most effective way, we are able to propose and make it happen based on the real data. You may know that we've actually built and delivered to the Microsoft security application, and through that, and the whole journey of building security access rights gave us a great insights how the application of finance and operations is built. And not only this, because we've been able to extend the standard user security governance functionalities, and right now we are providing a very unique approach on how we can solve the licensing trouble. We are able to observe the users, as you can see here, and based on the observability, we can show how many specific entry points are used by specific account, which means that we can actually show you where you have savings. And there are multiple accounts which are having very extensive user access rights, but in the reality, they use just 2 entry points instead of 1600 they have allocated. So we've been able to accomplish, I think, over 20 projects focused on that specifically. And if you're going to be interested in that specific part, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But the summary is that you can have a continuous exercise of improving how much specific licenses you need for end customer, and incrementally, I mean, decrease that sprint by sprint over the year cycle to make sure that license validation will be effective. And I'll walk you through the error and insights. We don't have only access to clicks and types. We also have information about the error messages and warnings in the application. So that is also effective because I can actually unpack and make some KPIs based on the system stability. And without further ado, on the slides, I will jump into the presentation of ours. This is the application that we use for that. I'm going to log in with our entry ID. So this is the resource group you're connecting to. This is the place where all the actions going to be visible. So I can sign in into the observability. On the cockpit, you're going to see here all active users, the most active forms, last activities counts, and so forth. So as you can see, I can see where the users are spending the most of the time. On our application, it is Ledger Journal Trans Daily. And you're actually able to position and understand where you have to focus. And if your Dynamics application is heavily modified and you are wondering how many of those forms are actually used, you are able to answer those questions to keep your application live. The most important aspect is here in the events. You have the foundation of all user actions, and this foundation can be seen through user session, so complete session of a user who went to the application itself and conducted some transactions. So I can see here test application of ours, so UAT, by test account 2. Session was taking 6 minutes. We have multiple events. This was done today. Double click inside, and I can see clearly all actions done by this account. Selecting vendor, typing value to the invoice, selecting some other fields. All the actions step by step is listed here. If you have a legal requirements or compliance requirements to provide a complete audit trail of actions, this is the way to go. You are able to go to the process, find out who did what on a date with a full transparency. But not only that, you are able to see even the scope of what they've seen on the form when they were browsing. So you have a complete vision throughout the application based on the user sessions. And actually, the data retention here is massive. You are able to have over 12 months of the data retention with keeping the costs on very accessible values. Our customers mostly they pay 600 euros monthly per environment to store this amount of data. Naturally, it depends on user count, but we talk about a few hundreds of users plus close to 1,000. So that will be the hosting costs from the application perspective, which is nothing if you compare that to database login example, which I think in Dynamics Minds, Andrea Cavallon mentioned great exercise, an example of customer which was paying 11,000 of euros per month for database logging. So it's simply uncomparable. And what you see, those all actions, they are all then going through the AI, and we are making reasoning on that. I will show you this in a couple of seconds, but let's see the second vision, activities. In here on the activities, I have unpacked all actions by every account on our applications. What I can do with it, I can then be asked by compliance team, hey, there was a sales order or a customer fraud that was a US 014 customer. And I need to find out who was modifying their credit limit. And I can find out who touched that customer this day or any day in the past. I can go in and see there are multiple actions showed, and there's actually one person modifying credit limit. That was actually me today, 3 hours ago, to perform that pro case for you. But I can go through that to that specific session and I can see step by step how this person went through all customer, selecting customers, defining credit limit, changing some collection, exclude interest rates. That might be super big fraud. And then recalculation of the credit limit as well. So I can make a great insight for auditors. And yeah, we are collaborating with enterprise level customers. And to be honest, this application is a great feature for auditing teams because they can go here and they can build on a glimpse reports which will summarize their user actions and then defend for SOX compliance or any other regulations coming from regulatory markets. So this is the baseline. In auditing, there is a bit more called errors. And errors are summarizing how many different error messages are happening on the environment. Operation completed? That's simple. You can dive into details. I can see warning. Target format contains one of the yeah, other element, which actually is more interesting. And I can go inside to that session to find out how this actually was created. So I can see step by step how the user was working, defining a new on formats destination table, and I see the warning message. So I can find out how this is the playbook, how to repeat the same trouble. And if there will be a high head count, a high count of warnings happening, like on the 6th, on the 10th of June, we had 4,000 warnings. I can actually pick up the phone and call our delivery manager. Hey, there is some big instability in the application lately. Let's see what is happening. So you are able to build very intense number of KPIs, which will define what is the stability, what means the stability for your application from the errors perspective, for the warning perspective, and much more. So that is a very unique way how you can collaborate with your end customers. So imagine as a partner, you can actually observe every customer and build a baseline of the stability. As a partner, you can be proactive instead of being reactive when people are calling you, something is not working, and actually pick up the phone and call them, hey, you are facing multiple warning messages and error messages. What is happening? So change from being reactive to proactive with observability. This can be scoped. You can search for specific actions. You can search for operation denied, like access denied stuff. If you are building new access rights and you are thinking if users are having enough access rights or somebody is actually trying to access some place where they shouldn't and they get that result, that is something you can get a value from. Naturally, based on the data, you can do much more. I was mentioning alerts, and alerts can be very useful. You can make a rule to see all accounts payable parameters, receivable parameters, all production control. If somebody does change something like this, I want to activate that and get email. So we are providing some rules out of the box, but naturally you can build your rules as well. If somebody modifies exchange rate, go there. I mean, you get email, you can go there and validate, hey, why you change that? So this is another level of being proactive, and don't compare that with standard functionality with alerts of the system because they are set on the table level. Here, you can actually set an alert on the form level and on the field on the form, like parameters, and it's impossible to get the same level of details in the standard. Naturally, there are much more reports which are summarizing the way how the application can unpack the users which were active and much more from the app perspective. But I think you might be interested in the security. So let's go here. I can take the last 7 days from a specific account. So let's take my account, last 7 days, I can show all entry points. So I've used last 7 days, 11 entry points. So you can actually go to any of your business users working in Dynamics and you can unpack the 7 days, that's 30 days, or even more entry points. And we have all details of what type of entry points, how they use that, read, update, create, delete. So we are able to unpack what is the real usage of licenses versus you can compare that to number of entry points coming from the standard roles. So you can have an ongoing service for your customers, which will improve their the quality of a user interface because less entry points you have, it's more natural, it's more slick, the system is more useful, user friendly, and also the prices are dropping. So naturally, sometimes you won't be able to optimize finance team, but it will be able to optimize some very frequent job titles like warehouse operations, production controls, quality control, so forth. So you can make that exercise and even more, you can actually find the same users. So users which are doing very similar job titles or job tasks day by day and group them and build roles per group. So we have some mechanism to even optimize that or propose you some optimization which will bring to the end customer game changer from the license cost. So with that being said, let's go to part which highlights a little bit what you're going to see in a couple of moments on presentation from Paweł Bączkowski. Here, this is the list of patterns executed on our system, which means, or in other words, we observe every user in the application. We are unpacking their steps, types, decision made. We are reasoning through our AI where or how to name those executions, those sessions. And then when we name, we are able to tell based on the business process catalog, you've done 401 purchase order returns. There are 20 of different variants, and this was done mostly by 2 users. Total duration is 6 hours. So I can see where the users are spending the most of the time. I can go inside to see how that process is described by AI, how this process is done in how many steps. So there are 30 steps, 40 steps, 14, 15. So there are different ways how users are performing that entire application and how simply understand if they are wasting time, selecting warehouse, clicking delivery. So Pavel will talk about that a bit more detail, but since you have observability of user actions, you can compare that to the way how you've designed the system. So you can perform very in detail conformance check of how you've designed versus how you want the users to perform their actions. And this will be a game changer for future because if you are implementing Dynamics and you are planning new rollouts, you're planning much more, it is better to have these details to make sure that you are scaling mechanism which is optimized to your application, to your organization. All of those information of how to perform create returns, how to perform other application processes are also listed here. So I can take last 3 months of data and I can see where in which catalog people are spending the most of the time. So that would be the essence where to place agents, the essence where to hire more people or where to do upskilling session. If these numbers are inaccurate, that people are spending the most of the time, but they shouldn't. It should be simple process for them. So I can take this, I can then actually load that pattern into the test automation application, which jumps straight to the autonomy of testing. And that's one of the another element, another feature from our platform. Um, so you've probably noticed here a button automated testing. This opens up our test automation application, which is visible here on the site. And this is that revolution because we've been for years application for testing, period. Now, since the observability is here, we are actually building a platform of functionalities that are allowing us or you to solve multiple troubles. All the user sessions now can be overviewed here on the testing by Xplus, and you can import ready processes done by the users to the test automation. This test automation application will be showed by Matt today in more details from the partnership perspective. So stay tuned for more. But what I'm showing you here is access to the our dev machine where I can actually go to the sessions and I can go find out, hey, I want to see because I know that my user was performing today so specific operations or test machine, and I can actually load my actions to the Dynamics itself instead of recording them. So you don't spend any more time for recording test cases. You can load them and optimize them either manually by you or by AI, which will solve some troubles in the background. So I can refresh, I can see my session is loaded, and I can see all the actions I was performing including sales creation, including selecting account, and so forth. So this can be now played back in foreground, in background. And again, I don't need to spend time with business. And that is the key aspect. You can observe the users from business to optimize their work, to find inefficiencies, to find some license optimization, to propose testing, to propose what you don't test. Because simply saying, if you're going to unpack all the test cases and you're going to compare the areas from the test cases versus the real user behavior in finance and operations, you can find the gaps. So you can unpack where I need the test cases because users are going there and my test cases are not covering that. So that's another revolution, a testing report or a coverage report, which is impossible to get without deep insights of observability. As mentioned, I will maybe make a post here on the test application if you will see or want to hear more about the testing application itself. As mentioned in the agenda, there will be Matt talking about that on finance and operations stuff and CE stuff, and also there will be Pavel covering business central element of this equation. I'll jump back to the discovery once again to summarize a little bit what you can do more here. There are much more functionalities focused on reporting. There will be soon an MCP server which will do even more integrations outside. And I think it's nice to mention that all the functionalities we've seen today, all the application for testing, for observability, we are keeping them light from understanding. I mean by this, you can learn that within hours, within 2, 3 hours, you can learn all of the functionalities we have to use them in your day-by-day business. Partners can deploy that in days. I mean, we shake hands, we have formal collaboration, and you can deploy that to your customers within 1 day if you have all access to Azure. The next day, you have complete vision of user actions, not only from finance and operations, but also WMS, mobile devices. And we have much more ideas how to go beyond F&O, but that will be something which will come in the future. Um, Test automation application, the deployment is 15 minutes and learning the application. So the training session takes 1.5 hours. And within one complete business day, you can learn how to do testing. You can build at least 5 test cases and you can plan them to run them after hours. With that being said, I will jump back to the presentation itself to take a look also in the chat if there are any questions from this part. So if there are, just feel free to write them down in the chat. And in a couple of moments, there will be Pavel joining me. There will be naturally a break between the sessions, just to make sure that he'll be able to catch up with some other responsibilities. But yeah, so we have one question regarding API calls outside of the system to D365 F&O. So right now we are able to provide you details on every user actions, clicks, types they perform. There will be much more from the functionalities when it comes to agents and API calls we have in the roadmap. So right now this is out of the scope. So right now we focus on FNO plus WMS. So this is the something you can count us on. But if there is a user or RPA, which is doing some operations on Dynamics, that'll be also visible. How does the benefit customers who are need to during new implementation? Thank you so much for this question. This is actually very important. How customers are benefiting from this functionality, which you've seen. If you're going to take a look on that, if you will turn on observability on your UAT, where you perform your implementation processes, you can actually validate if the users are performing the UAT, if they are not needing upskilling sessions because they perform the process as designed. You can build security access rights over the UAT based on the observability. After go live, you can unpack if the users are performing their operations as designed. So if they are facing multiple difficulties, you are able to solve them. Again, do upskilling session or react. Think in the one sentence how the observability or what it impacts from the partner perspective within the implementation is the quality of implementation itself, because you are able to be very preventive and proactive from the users which are not taking their whole responsibilities, or they are not spending the required amount of time to learn the system and be active in the way how we are expecting them to do. So I think the observability is a game changer from the quality perspective of implementation processes. We have in here another question: understanding the user thoughts and actions, such in detail and impressive. How do you the secure? So our observability has multiple level of security layers. It stays on the customer tenant, so there is no data egress. There is a capability for anonymization of the data. So as a customer, you are safe with this applies the same level of security as Dynamics Finance and Operations application. You are able to log in here through Entra ID, so all the policies also stay the same. And yeah, we collaborate with European Union customers, United States, South Africa, and everybody so far is happy through the enterprise architect revision of our architecture and the performance itself. So I think if there are going to be more questions regarding how to embed this application towards the partner ecosystem, yeah, we are more than happy to help and collaborate. Let me take a look on the chat. If there are more questions, thank you so much for asking them. And also, if by any chance you will be present on DynamicsCon, Dynamics community sessions, we can have those discussions more on site to cover partners. Thank you. With that being said, I will start. The slide from Pavel, which will come in here after a break. So right now, we will wait for a couple of moments for Pavel, and I'm excited. And Pavel actually jumped in. Thank you so much. I'm excited to bring you on the stage because I believe that the everything what we've compared and everything what we've gathered for the observability will be a new opening, a new way how you will use finance and operations. This massive insight of user behavior and process mining will be a game changer. Pavel, how do you feel? Like, was there anything like this before on Dynamics?
I think you're first, genuinely. By my knowledge, I don't know how about your knowledge, but I think it's the first time you can have process mining on observability on real usage data done like that with such a minimal effort. Like you do not have this data engineering project running for a year or a year and a half to get the data from your database, worrying about the performance, or the other way around, having a bunch of consultants going in and bothering your business people, asking questions to draw a theoretical process model. It's the first time that the door are open for us to do the true process mining on a real usage data, to have a real usage picture, and then to start from there to do the optimization work, RPA, maybe AI implementation, or to suggest your own product that could solve the
Yeah,
problem that you will see that will surface with the process mining. So I think we're first. I think we're first part.
yeah, I'm
I
I'm
mean,
excited about it.
look at the process mining offered by Microsoft. It's based on sourcing data from the database.
Yeah.
And if you look at the templates, they are offered for SAP, not for Dynamics.
Straight to the point. I mean, observability is the best foundation on which you can build a big castle. And I think the castle is named process mining now. Guys, you're gonna be extremely impressed with the vision. Pavel is great on what he's performing. Pavel is our big brain behind the process mining and ideas how we want to what functionalities we'll bring to the market and how we collaborate with our partners and Microsoft to perform optimization on the high scale. So Pavel, the stage is yours in a couple of moments. I bet you got already your coffee because this is going to be long and interesting session. So the stage is yours, and I'm going to be stay tuned because I love these sessions.
Thank you very much, Bart. Nice session. Thank you. See you soon. I do have my coffee, though I think the rest of the participants will give them a chance to make one. We promised a 15-minute break and we will deliver. So we see each other in 15 so minutes, like quarter past 4 CT time. I think it's a quarter past 10 in New York time. So grab your coffee and we'll back and I'll tell you more about the process mining, the first process mining on usage data in Dynamics 365.
Thank you so much, guys, for attention till now on my observability, and yeah, stay tuned and see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for joining us at this virtual partner event. Um, let's go forward with the next session, seeing the real process. First, process mining on Dynamics 365, supply chain management and finance with the usage data. I'm Pavel. I'm from Xplus, and for the next 40 minutes or so, I will tell you more about our new project, new endeavor, the way we're heading, the way where we put our efforts now using the observability tool and building on it new possibilities, new functionalities. So the next 40 minutes, I'd like to talk more about something that genuinely we believe was not possible before, and now it is. Namely, it is the possibility of to see the business process flow in Dynamics 365 strictly from usage data, from telemetry. I mean, we're talking about process mining, not not from database log, not from getting them from the database anyway. Logging in Dynamics 365 Finance, it's extremely complicated and difficult. You need to have a good reason to start logging the database. So we're not talking about getting the logs from the database. We're not talking about getting the data through the expensive, long-lasting year data engineering project. We're not talking about getting process mining data from mm, from interviews with the business people, from filling in any surveys. We're talking about getting the view of the process from real usage, from telemetry quietly collected by our discovery agent, by our observability functionality, and not only getting the processes out and surface them, but also getting a workable list of the optimization opportunities, the places where you can help your customers to improve their business, either through implementing RPA, AI, offering your own product, or simply by process re-engineering. So I will focus on that during my session. I hope I have prepared a balanced session. So first, I would like to tell you more about why it is important. Then I'd like to tell you a few words. How are we doing that? And then I'd like to show you some real figures from the test implementations we have with some of our customers. And then we'll come back and try to explain what's in it for you. Where is this business opportunity that comes with that new functionality of our product? But before I go forward, I would like you to I would like to introduce you to the quiz we have prepared. A few questions. Um, if you want to participate and try to answer them, please scan the code with your phone camera you see on the screen. You will be able to participate in our quiz and answer these questions. So the first questions we have stated for you is, do you see any RPA? Do you use any RPA in Dynamics 365 supply chain management? Obviously, the process mining possibility that comes with observability is a good entry point to offer to your clients the RPA. The second question is, are you able to map your processes with the business process catalog? I mean, if you don't know what the business process catalog, just bear with me. I will explain later on during the presentation. I would also like to, I forgot to add the question, how are you mapping these? That would be also interesting to know. Then, do you see a need for process mining in the market? This is something that is very interesting for us, especially in Dynamics 365. And then we have a question open, and that question, you can answer it, you can keep it for later. Maybe we can have it for discussion later on when we have a question and answer, if you have enough time session. When a client asks you to optimize the business process in Dynamics 365 supply chain management, How do you typically identify where the problems are? What are the methods you use? What is your experience in that? The next question is, how often do process inefficiencies go undetected in the system, in your client's system, until they cause a real trouble, until they surface, they are visible, they cause delay errors or overruns? And the final question is, have you ever delivered a process optimization project where you were not optimizing the right stuff, when the efforts went not to the actual bottleneck, but a completely different area? I mean, these questions obviously are entwined. So one is a result of the other. The problems with identifying the process could be the problems with putting the effort somewhere where you should not. So please answer those questions. You can answer them now. You can answer them later. Maybe we can also use them as a base for a discussion during a question and answer session at the end if we have enough time. Okay, now let's come back to our presentation. So the statement of the problem here. What's the problem? I say the process is invisible. I'll explain you why in a second. And I also say that it's obvious, maybe, that you cannot optimize what you cannot see. Why the process is invisible? So when we implement Dynamics 365 finance and supply chain management, I mean, we, the consultants, integrators, what we do, we take a chalk, we take a blackboard, and we draw a perfect picture of the perfect process, like a very simple one you see on the left. It's a registration of the purchase order, receipt of the goods, then registration of the invoice for that purchase order, then the payment. The process is clean, it's linear, it's assumed. Usually it's a happy path. We implement that, we configure the system, and we try to teach the users to follow that path. But the day one after go live, the reality is drifts away. Okay, once you're perfect and a beautiful process, once your happy path is being hit by hundreds of users and hundreds of thousands of times, this reality gets distorted. So what in reality users do in a system, they will skip steps. They will do reworks for sure. They will find shortcuts for the process, sometimes reasonable, sometimes not. They will do other things. They will make errors, or they will make something that they should not, consciously or not consciously. And all that things that you see on the right side of this picture look not as clean, as perfect as the one on the left when we were implementing. It looks more like a spider web. And it is not measurable. It was not measurable so far. We assumed the process. We did not measure it. We didn't have so far a cheap, effective way to map that process and to measure this effectively. So I say the real process, how it is being executed in Dynamics 365 by hundreds and thousands of users, hundreds and thousands of times, it's truly not visible, or it was not visible until now. So when you start identifying that and measuring that, that's when you start actual process mining. So to level set, it's a quick level set. Like some people call the process mining in different way, or identify it, or give a definition. I don't want to be too scientific now about data science, scientific kind of way. So I'll say like the process mining in one breath is like an MRI scan of your ERP implementation, of your business processes. So what we do, we get the real usage data, the telemetry, and we build from that event log, what really happened, step by step, from the digital trail that you already have, that the system leaves. And we discover the map, the real flow. We rebuild what actually happened. And based on that, we can give you an insight. We can tell you what happened in figures, in measures. We know the frequency, how often this process happened. We know the waiting time. We know the average duration. We know the means. We know each and every detail, every detour the user was taking, executing that process. What is important, what we do is objective. It's not an opinion. It's an evidence. Like if you're going to get your process mining data from surveys or done by consultants through discussing that with the business users, these processes will be theoretical. They will be opinionated. They will not be objective. What we can give you with observability is in actual facts, actual evidence, actual information, what has really happened, and give you an insight based on that information. The business does not want from you perfect academic process. They want the real thing because only the real thing they can optimize. So now a few words how we genuinely do that. One thing I've already mentioned, that what we do is not the result of the long, year-long, half-year-long data engineering process. Classical process mining is pulling event logs from databases. Even if you look at the standard Microsoft process mining offer that you can get, this also assumes getting data from the database. And even the templates offered by Microsoft at the moment for that process mining project are dedicated for SAP, not for Dynamics directly. But if you do that, you're facing a very long project. You need data engineers to run that. Immediately you have a heavy IT involvement from the very start. Immediately you have a concerns how you're going to get the data not to impact the performance of the database. So you end up in a quite complex situation if you want to source that data. We withdrew that picture. We flipped the tables. Okay. We're offering you the usage telemetry, a discovery engine of observability that quietly in the background captures all activities of the users in a system. We have all the paths they take. We have all the menus they use, all the buttons. We have all that knowledge. And we collect that. And from that information, we build an event log for the process mining. And therefore, we can create a real picture without a big data project at first. So you almost immediately get results. Of course, not on a day one. The system needs to run for a moment to collect all these activities and identify the processes. But you're not facing a half-year data engineering project. You can get results relatively quickly without a big IT effort at the beginning. And to our knowledge, this is the first time the full process mining is available on Dynamics 365 Finance and Supply Chain Management based on usage data, on a real usage data, not being sourced from database. So now we have the data, okay, but the raw clicks are not enough. How we go from here? So this is the missing ingredient. So if you look at the trace that we're getting from Dynamics 365 telemetry, the raw usage trace, it's at least from the business perspective, a gibberish. Of course, the heavy IT people will start read the details, start to recognize the tables, timestamps, and whatnot. But from business perspective, this raw trace does not have a big value. What they are looking for is something that you see on the right. They want to know that the vendor invoice is recorded. That is the value they are looking for. And in order to name that properly, the raw usage trace, so it presents a value to business process owners, we need to use a dictionary that will allow us to translate this data. But this dictionary we do not need to invent. This dictionary already exists, and we're using business process catalog published by Microsoft for that purpose. For those of you, I didn't have a question for that. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the business process catalog, how many of you are using Microsoft Business Catalog in daily work. Anyway, the business process catalog is our map. It's a list of the standard processes. It's published by Microsoft, is maintained and updated by Microsoft. This list is organized in 5 levels. Level 1 is the end-to-end business area. In my case, it's the source to pay in my example, but you also have inventory to deliver, order to cash, and other areas. Then these areas are split into process area groups. So groups of processes, like here, an example, you have a manage accounts payable. Then on level 3, you have an actual business process. In my example, it's a process vendor invoice. This is a general process. And then there is a level 4, where we actually pay the most attention to. This is the scenario, where you have, in my example, process vendor invoice for a purchase order. This is a specific way of doing the process. So for us, it's actual process. Business process we try to identify from the event log. So generally speaking, you have these 15 end-to-end areas, and they are split in this business process catalog provided by Microsoft into 3,000 different scenarios. I would like to distinguish here because we're using 2 names for level 4. One is scenario, another one is pattern. So name is the same, granularity in our product is slightly different. For pattern, the Bart was showing you is the actual execution of the steps done by the user in a specific session. In order to group that and logically give it the name, we use a level 4 of the business process catalog. It's something we call a pattern. Scenario is named using the same name from business process catalog. However, this is where the actual business case happens. What's the difference? Business case is a simplified view of the steps, so we don't have each and every click. We just have the events that have an actual effect on something we call an object. An object in process mining in Dynamics 365 is like an invoice, order, customer account. These are the examples of an object. So we're talking about the business process when we have an object and we have the events that change the status of the object generally and simply speaking. So the business process catalog is the backbone of everything that follows. The business process catalog is our map. The business process catalog we use to pinpoint, to name the things that happen in a trace that we collect from real usage of the system by the users. So how it all works. So first step, obviously, it's a capture. So we have users doing their job in the system. We capture all that quietly with no burden to the efficiency of the system. We collect that information using discovery by Xplus agent, observability, that records real users. Then we build from that execution traces. They have time orders, timestamps, they have forms, navigation, actions, all the steps that users are doing in the system are being collected, being organized, and timestamped. There is no custom development. There are no table extracts. The agent works quietly in the background on a live production system, observing the real situation, real activities of the users. The selling point here is that in order to start process mining in Dynamics 365, you do not need to have a heavy IT involvement from the beginning. No custom development, no extraction of the data from the database means that the involvement of the IT is minimal. You can set it up quickly and you can start collecting the data of the process mining. So once we collect the data, we need to classify it. So here is our little special sauce, IP, our competitive advantage, how we are identifying the business processes, how we are mapping the case to the actual business process catalog name. We have our ways. First, we use the module navigation to identify where the user is. Then we look at the primary forms and the objects are being worked on. Then we look at the actual clicks and the buttons. This allows us to our tools to identify business process scenario, give it the exact match. With that exact match, however, we will also give you a confidence score. For each trace we will identify. This confidence score is not the weakness of the tool. It's rather on honesty. If you want to be a valuable advisor to your customer, if you want to advise them how to improve their business, how to optimize, how to automate, where to implement, where to focus their effort, you need to be transparent. So when we name the process, we also give you a confidence score, so you can tell easily how confident we are naming this process. The honesty is the base for any business consulting. So once we have that, we collect the data, we build the event log. From that event log, we identify the name, give you a confidence score. We can look to this data through the lenses, start to analyze them basically. And these lenses we offer you are three. First lens is a discovery. It answers the question, what is actually happening? What's happening in a system? We have a process, okay. How this process is being executed? How many different variants and ways of doing this process users are actually executing? What are the real paths? When we have this information, we can start asking other questions, like, are we following the rules? So we're checking the conformance of the business process. We can deliver you a fitness score, saying how often the users are following the path we want them to follow, and how often the business process deviates from that path. It's different. We can also check other conformance rules, like segregation of duties, like not skipping an important steps, and other stuff defined as a business rule that is applicable to that business scenario, business process. This is a conformance point. And finally, you have a third lens. We can look at that data. This is enhancement. How do we improve? So you have this information, what is actually happening. We have a conformance score. Now we can say, okay, how do we improve this business? And for that purpose, we pull additional data for this scenario. We identify business objects, and we can give a euro or a dollar value to these objects, and we can tell the customer what volumes, money amounts are involved in that process. So we have a same event log, but this same event log can give us three different perspective: discovery, conformance, and enhancement. These perspectives answer to the three different questions: what is actually happening, are we following the rules, and how do we improve? And actually, these questions are going to be asked by any business process owner at your customers. Okay, so that is a quick intro into how we are doing it. Now, let's move on and see some real data we were able to pull using this tool. So here is one of our test installation at our customers. The snapshot we took, it was a month and a half of observation. This installation is multi-company installation. Obviously, it's a large one of the larger, because when we did that snapshot, we already had 200,000 execution captures. That represented 7,800, almost 8,000 hours of work of users. Here, when we talk about the hours of work, we talk about net hours of work. So actual doing something in the system, not the waiting time, not the time in between, not the working time like being at work, rather actually doing some activity in Dynamics 365. And the moment we did that snapshot, we have identified 174 different traces, different patterns. So here you can see where the time sink. So of all the 7,800 hours of work, 12% were devoted to review purchase order. 1,100 hours, 21,000 runs. Here is the explanation for those of you that are mostly focused on implementing Dynamics 365. We consultants, we tend to think that the ERP system is to do something, to register sales order, to post an invoice, to post a journal. However, when you look at the real world data, the data coming from the real production environments, actually most of the times users are doing nothing in the system. They'll go in, check something, go out. However, looking at this data, you have immediately a business question coming up right up, okay? Because this 1,100 hours, it's a one person work for 1 year, and this is only 1.5 month of observations. So you immediately raise the question, is this a rubber stamp or a real control we're here talking about? So here is also the point where you can approach your customer, your client, and say, look, there is a process that most probably should pay focus on. Maybe you need some help. Why your users are spending so much time reviewing purchase orders? Maybe these orders do not have information the moment they should have this information. Maybe the users enter these purchase orders to grab some information and take it to some external system. Maybe you need integration. So here you have all the world opens for you to start a discussion with your clients, how you can improve this process, how you can help your customer to run the processes better, more efficient. And our tool allows you not only to see this overall picture, but also to drill down and give a detailed information to tell your customer, okay, this company, this user, this process, this is where the time burns. Okay, here, let me help you. Let me try to help you out, providing the automation, providing my own product, providing the process engineering, implementing new module to help you out with the situation you're in. And what's important here to remember is that we got that from real usage data. So you do not have months and months of data engineering work to get this data. It's a 1.5 month of observation. No large IT involvement at the beginning. No one was interviewed. No business people were asked how they run the process. So also this data is objective. This data is not opinionated. So here you see the overall picture. Now let's go into more details to one of the processes. So here we're going to talk about the conformance part. So first we have identified what's happening. Now let's look at the conformance part. So here we have an end-to-end order to cash and a sales order process. And we took the flows, the business cases that we discovered, and we overlaid it with the reference model. And we compared basically what happened to what should have happened. The reference model is very simple. On the left, you see create sales order, confirm order, reserve stock, release to warehouse, pick, and ship. The green events are the ones that are conformant, which means all the executions, all the flows that we've registered at these events. Create sales order, pick, and ship. They were conforming. When you see the confirm order, it's in the red because out of all 1,872 executions we have observed, 890 times this step was skipped. Then in yellow, you have reserve stock. We have business rules saying that to observe if the step was repeated. And we see that in half of the cases, stock reservation was repeated. It was not possible to execute that in one time. The user had to come back and do it again. And you also have a release to warehouse in yellow. This event, this step, has a general delay of more than seven days. Then we have again two conformance steps, which is pick and ship. So out of this information, layering the discovery flow with the actual reference model and putting on top the business rules that you can define in the system, we can provide the customer with a very simple and transparent KPIs. We have a fitness of 31%, not because of 1,800 executions, only roughly 600 are conformant. Okay, we have 1,200 deviating executions, and the average cycle is 9 days. We can also pull other information from the same source. If you don't want to use average, you can define the mean. You can see the steps that should, you can provide the business rules saying that some of the steps should not be skipped, they are mandatory, or you can check the separations of duties, for example. So 3 important things that I would like to land here is that nobody was interviewed for that data. The system told this itself, on itself. It's objective. It's taken from the data that client already generated by our observability agent. And second thing is that every number in that flow is clickable. So generally speaking, you can drill down to this 890 skips of the confirmation order, and you can say what orders were skipped and who skipped those. So a vague worry becomes a costed owner assigned action in this case. And the third thing is, please try to notice how the conversation with the customer changes. Like you stop saying, like your client stops saying, okay, my order to cash is slow. My order to cash feels slow. You start saying, okay, in this company, half of your orders commit stock before approval. There are 819 skips of the confirmation of the orders. The average release to warehouse is delayed by 8 days. You provide a specific information to your customer saying, okay, this is the real situation. This is where you should focus. This is where the problem is. So like conformance lens on this data turns a gut feeling into a ranked clickable list of our control gaps. And now what to do with this information, how to go from conformance to enhancement. So once we have this scenarios, these processes mapped, compared to the standard flow, we can also start pulling additional data related to objects. We can start pulling the dollar and euro amounts. We can say this invoice, how much it was worth. This sales order, how many items it had. This delay, how long it took. And suddenly taking the business value, amounts, volumes, quantities into the picture, you start talking the language that is easily understandable by people like chief financial officer, okay? You start answering the questions like, what's my touchless invoice rate? Okay, how many invoices required people to do the job? How many of them were confirmed and posted automatically? Do I need help in here? How many reworks you had in the process? Did this reworks stopped the process, delayed the process? What caused these reworks? Maybe you have a three-way match rule. Perfect, fine. Maybe to that three-way match rule, you have a policy of the exception. Also okay, it's needed. But then you can answer the question, how much money flew through the exception? That is a very interesting answer to get. Is this policy working okay? Maybe this policy being abused. What is your cycle time? And DPO. Is your DPO a business policy? So it's conscious decision to have it this way, or actually your process is failing. And soon you will have your vendor coming in, increasing the prices to get financing for the cash you're blocking for them. What is your cycle time? You've seen in the previous process that there was delay in releasing to the warehouse. Okay, now you can tell how much money is involved in that process. And then you can offer to your client, hey, look, let's optimize that. Let's re-engineer this process. Let's do the automation maybe. And then you can tell easily by what steps you're going to take, how much money your customer is going to save. And you're just going to take a part of it as your reimbursement for the job. You can also answer other questions like how many Maverick spendings you have, how much money is in the buying outside of the process. You have a rule for the segregation of duties. Perfect. Does it work well? Go back to the real usage and check if your segregation of duty policy, procedure, configuration works well, or you have a situation where it's being skipped, abused. There's something wrong with it. So each of these map to a number of numbers that chief financial officer or any business process owner finds interesting. Okay? And that also potentially can build a business case for you. Now, let me boil down to one slide, all that I've said so far. So we have a business process catalog from Microsoft that creates a map for us. It's our dictionary we use to translate the event log into what business understands. We use that map, and on that map, with that map, we use the truth. So we use an application usage, a real usage we observe using our observability tool, our agent. So we know what is actually happening. And if we put these two together, we get to pinpoint the optimizations. We get to pinpoint the places where we can do some work with the customer to improve their business processes. We can do it very precisely. We can say this scenario, this company, this team, this value of money is involved in that inefficiency. Let's together work on that. So we turn the conversation from, okay, our accounts payable is slow. We start here talking about this scenario is slow, and this company is slow, and this much money is involved in it. Let's work together to fix it. So it's time to slowly wrap up. Now I'd like to talk a bit more what's in it for you. Where do we see your role and the whole implementation and the using of this tool? So don't get me wrong, Microsoft Business Process Catalog is a great tool. It's being updated, something that's been missing for years as far as implementation of Dynamics and Axapta before. Now it's with us, it's great. I use it on a daily basis. I think some of you will also know it and use it on a daily basis. However, it's provided for the standard functionality of Microsoft Dynamics, and covers standard processes. And our customers do work in the real world, and they work in an industry-specific environment. And this industry-specific environment forces them and us as an integrator to provide customizations for the application, provide a whole new approaches, provide whole new models, provide new business processes that business process catalog will not cover. That's why we want to give you a possibility of defining your own semantic model in a process mining tool of Xplus. So you'll be able to define your own objects and your own events. I mean, our tool will identify the execution and the process. If you want to leave it to us, we will use AI, LLM, to name that process. But we also provide the user interface that without coding will let you define the objects, standard ones I already mentioned, like invoice, order, item, but you can define your own objects, the name of the objects that are provided with your own customizations, and you will be able to provide your own definition of the events, so the steps the users are taking to modify the status of the objects. This can be done through the UI accessible semantic model, and this will enable you to provide a meaningful definition for your customers, for your business verticals. On top of that, in the semantic model, you can provide your own business rules. This is true for processes that are customized by you during the implementation, but you can also provide business rules, obviously, for standard functionalities, for standard processes that are meaningful for your customer or that are meaningful for your industry vertical. And also, semantic model allows you to provide perspectives. So the customer will want to see the processes that are related somehow to each other. Example, the purchase order was created from sales order line. In such a case, the customer would like to see these two processes together, although they are separate by the definition. So the perspective will allow you to define a view to see these two processes joined together in one view. So generally speaking, the business process catalog by standard provided by Microsoft will get you to 80% coverage, maybe 70, maybe 60%, depending on the installation. But the rest is last mile. That is up to you to take your customer through. This is your mode. This is your business advantage. This is where you can build your own process mining solution for your client, specific for the client or specific for your business vertical you specialize in. You can have a ready set of business rules, perspectives, objects, and events prepared for your business vertical, where you specialize, where you're the best in doing the implementation, and saying, hey, look, dear customer, I have a process mining solution prepared for you. This process mining solution is prepared for the business vertical I operate in. I am an expert in. So this is the offer. It's not the conversation about you want the process mining or you do not want the process mining. This is more about, okay, let me show you 3, 4 processes that are inefficient, dear customer, and let's work together to improve them. This is much more precise than saying, okay, let's have a process mining. And this process mining you can have without huge involvement of data engineering, without huge involvement of IT, without having a long-lasting interviews with the business users of your clients. Partner opportunity here is you have an optimization offer, you identify the processes that are inefficient, and you tell the customer, let's do something together with that. I give you exact values, how much money you lose on that, how much time you lose on that. Please use my product to improve this process. Let's re-engineer that process. Let's implement new functionality. Hey, let's make a simple um, custom code for that part. And you have new advisor. You can build your own process mining solution for your own industry vertical, specific for your customer. I think we arrived at question and answers. Do we have any? I think we don't. Okay. Since we do not have any questions so far, I'll just say thank you. And now we'll have a short break. And I will leave you with Mateusz.
Hey, Pavel.
Hi, Mateusz. That will tell you more about testing now and testing in the future. How we see that. Future, it's like in a few days, Mateusz.
Yeah, future is right ahead of us. That was a great session, Pavel, by the way. I got to see a little bit of it at the end. It's very exciting what we're doing on this front, and it seems to like finding these inefficiencies, these opportunities for optimizations is going to be a very nice source of extra revenue, extra income, and also a source of just solving problems for the customers, which is always good, right?
Like everyone is talking about, let's automate, let's implement AI. And the question is where and how and why and what for. Okay. So the process mining is here to help you to say, okay, here is the place where you should do automation. Here is the place where you have a problem, where maybe you should consider RPA. Here is the place where you can use an AI. And not only that, you can put the money value to it because the big problem in business is where to invest money, okay, where to put your effort in. Like, so no one wants to work. And we had a question at the very beginning quiz. There were a lot of answers saying that, yes, we did an effort in optimization of the process, but we didn't optimize the right process. Yes. And this is very often happens in business. So the process mining is like your map, your guidance. It puts a money value into your own effort and tells you, okay, this is the moment, this is the place where we should spend some money, we should put some effort to improve this way or the other. I think we have a question in the chat.
Yeah, there is one. Does the process optimization need deep technical understanding about how system is configured and all kinds of roles and customizations?
No, it's not. I'm happy for that question. I can answer. The whole idea is that you do not need to have that knowledge. You do not need a data engineer being involved in the process. We from the raw data, we will identify a process for you. If you do not want to set up your own semantic model, give the names for the events and objects, that's fine. We'll use an LLM for that, and we will name the process for you. You can later rename it and improve it if you want, but you don't need to be technical for doing that. The other thing is the business rules. Okay, most of the companies will have their own business rules. But we will provide you with the set of the ready-made business rules that you can start your journey from. You can already show the customer things. But then starting from there, you can build your own business rules. Actually, we would like that. We would like you to do that because that's your business advantage. That's actually where your money is. That's where our services is. Please remember, you're not reselling and report. Okay. You can, using our tools, you can build your own process mining specialized in an industry you're in. Great question. Thank you for that.
Do we have any other questions?
I don't think so. I opened the webinar chat and
And we can apply to all industries, right?
yes, we can apply to all industries because we are observing our observability tool observes the real usage. We actually see everything, every modification you've done, and we can identify even if you were talking about the standard process or we're talking about the forms and actions that you have added as a customization. So yes, you can apply to all industries. Okay. I mean, we will not have a knowledge of a specific industry to give you a ready-made templates for the process mining reports and the process mining rules. This is expected from you because you specialize in that. But the observability tool and the process identification tool will work regardless of the industry.
Thanks so much, Pavel.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We'll have a break now, and we'll come back at 5:20 for the session on test automation. I'm gonna go get myself a cup of coffee. See you shortly. All right, the hour is up. I hope you all had a chance to get a cup of coffee or tea and stretch your legs a little bit. We'll now move to the session on testing. Let me see here. Yeah, I think I'll start with a brief introduction, maybe some also a few words about the history of the solution. But first of all, my name is Mateusz. Been here at Xplus for about 8 years now. When I first joined, we were just about to hit the market with the D365 version. So I've been lucky enough to see the great growth of this solution, Executive Automates, now testing by Xplus, and also the other solutions that we've successfully deployed since then. I work mainly with our partners. I help them solve specific pain points the customers are having with D365 FNO with the use of our nice ASV solutions. So this tool particularly, Executive Automates, was first developed for AX 2009, and that was 14 years ago, so quite a long time. We developed it internally for one of our projects. It was a big implementation of AX 2009 for an energy company in Poland, JSW, and yeah, that solution helped us automate testing on that project and deliver it on time and successfully. So it showed us the potential in ISV solutions in products. We quickly upgraded the version to AX 2012, and in AX 2012 we had already quite a lot of success. We became basically the go-to solution, the market leader for automated testing in AX 2012. And the solution back then, it did more than just testing. It helped automate regression and performance testing, but it also helped create business process documentation, user guides for the users, and it also helped optimize security roles and deliver process-based security. And that idea we shipped also in D365 FNO, I think in 2020, with a solution called Executive Automate Security Setup. And that solution we sold to Microsoft 2 years ago, it would be, I think, already. It's now in the standard. It's called User Security Governance. But yeah, the D365 version of this tool of testing by Xplus, I believe, was first introduced in 2018. And back then we already knew like where to take this product, what customers want, because we had all these AX experiences and feedback from customers and partners. So we decided to create a solution for the business, a simple tool that will allow the business to record their processes and then quickly and easily create automated tests around them. And so that's what we did. The usability from day one was basically our main factor that we were optimizing for. I'll go into the agenda briefly, but now I've remembered that we should actually start with this little quiz. It's not a quiz, it's a survey. So if you could scan this QR code and just in your best guess, best assumption, how would you rate your customers? How many of them are testing well? Is it less than 25%? Is it between 25 and 50? Is it between 50 and 75 or above 75%? Again, it's your definition of testing well. For someone, testing well might mean testing at all. It might mean testing the core processes and nothing else. And for someone, it might mean, having all your business processes covered with tests, which are very thorough, multiple test cases around every process, and testing with every release. So quite often. And from the response we're seeing here, we can say that, yeah, less than 25% is, we have 2 partners filling that out, then 25 to 50. Oh, now someone switched to less than 25%. Yeah, so judging from this, most of your customers are not testing well, at least at this point in time, which is great, which means there's a nice opportunity for you to help improve that. Let's move to the second one. What percentage of your customers are using any kind of automated testing today, whether it's RSAT, whether it's some scripting solutions, whether it's anything. And again, we have these brackets every 25%. And judging from the responses, okay, we have 4 partners responding less than 25%, which is kind of expected, I would say. This is what we're seeing in the market. And then 1 partner responded 25 to 50%. Yeah, this is pretty nice. If let's say nearly half of your customers are using any kind of automated testing, but I would assume it's probably RSAT in many cases because of the fact that it's free, and usually partners are providing some task recordings after implementations, and so this is usually why customers continue on with RSAT after the implementation. All right, let's move on to the next one. And now about RSAT. So specifically, what percentage of your customers are using RSAT? And judging from the previous question, I would say most of those should be probably less than 25%. Let's see if that holds true. Yeah, we have the same responses. So as I was thinking, most of the customers are using RSAT if they are using anything for their automated testing. All right, and then let's jump to another one. So do you currently offer testing or test automation services? Again, whether it's with RSAT, with any tool, whether it's just help with organizing the projects for the customers on like the theory side. Okay, we have 4 responses for no, 1 for yes. Makes sense. So most of you are not offering this yet, which is great, which means there's an opportunity to open up a new revenue stream. And then, yeah, the last question is actually around whether you see this as an opportunity, the fact that RSAT is being deprecated and there will be customers looking for other solutions and for help with switching to automated testing. We have 3 responses, 4 and 5. Perfect. Everyone is seeing this similar as we are, so this is an opportunity for sure. And I hope after this presentation you will see it more clearly. So let's jump back to the presentation. Okay. And let's go through the agenda. So what I'll cover in this session will be mostly about why it makes sense to automate testing. So what are the common issues customers are having with D365 testing, and how you could solve them, those issues, those pain points. I'll talk about why test automation is often the answer to these issues, these pain points. I'll say a few words about how to pick the right tool, because there's many tools on the market right now, and it makes sense to choose the solution that best fits the wider amount of customers as possible. Then I'll quickly demo our solution, testing by Xplus. I'll talk about some typical implementations, what they look like. I'll share some success stories also from customers, and from partners. Then I'll talk about how easy it is to start with our solution. And then lastly, I'll touch on the fact that RSET is being deprecated and what's our response to that, what we want to do with our free version of the solution, which is called Testing Lite. So with that, let's jump to the common issues. So very often, customers are not even sure how to get started with testing, not even to think about test automation. So they have no clear test strategy. They don't know how often they should test. They don't know whether they should adopt every Microsoft release or they should maybe skip one. They don't know if they should test for proactive quality updates as well, for their own releases, who should be involved in the project, where this responsibility for testing should be. Should it be with the IT? Should it be with the partner? Should it be with the business? How to cover their processes with tests. Yeah, there's a lot of questions that customers have in their mind that they're not sure how to answer or how to go about. This is an obvious opportunity for partners to help solve that. I'll talk more about this on the next slide. But then even if customers have an idea how to approach test automation or how to approach testing in general, then they often find that the very blocker or the bottleneck is the business, because it's the business that needs to be heavily involved in the project. It's the subject matter experts, the key users, the process owners who have to use their knowledge of the application to prepare the tests. First of all, to identify the processes that they own, and then to identify what specifically in those processes should be tested to make sure that the application works well after adopting a new release. And even if those test cases are already defined, so this work has been done by the business, then quite often it's the business that needs to continuously test those processes. So those users will usually be fine with doing this for the first time during UATs, for example, when they are first learning the application. But then once they go live and they have to do this every few months, they will start getting frustrated with this task. They will start resenting it, and it also just takes a lot of their time. And it's it's just boring, mundane, manual task that you have to check your processes, that you have to make sure that everything works. Maybe mark some checkboxes in an Excel file or in Azure DevOps. It's a lot of work, and that also makes the whole process quite slow, because if you have to involve 20 different business users and have them spend 2 weeks or 4 weeks just going through the full regression test cycle, testing every process, doing every test case that you have defined, then you cannot really adopt new releases quickly. You cannot adopt new own releases, not just Microsoft releases, quickly. It takes you just too long. This testing cycle is too long, and it's also not that reliable because of the fact that these users are humans, first of all, and they may make mistakes. They may mark the process, okay, it's working, it's been tested, when they didn't really test it fully, or they did, or they thought they did, but they missed some important test case, which will later on bring a bug to the production system and cause some catastrophic event. Yeah, the reliability is in question, even though you spend so much resources, so much time on this task. And obviously you do this because you want to make sure this catastrophic event, something bringing the system down, causing some delays or costing the company a lot of money doesn't happen. You want to make sure. That's why you test. And so if you are not testing thoroughly, if you're not testing well, then you increase this risk, uh, and it can be really dramatic for some companies. So yeah, that's why it's important to pay attention to testing, to test well. And then if you want to test well, you sooner or later find out that it's very, very costly to do it manually. And it also doesn't really make sense to do it manually because of this human error, let's say, risks that you have. And because of the fact that yeah, your users will resent you for it. And if you have a testing team, so someone dedicated for testing, whether it's the customer IT testing or if it's you as the partner who is doing the tests, that's still just a very suboptimal setup because the majority of tests you can always automate, and you should. So how to solve these common issues, these major things that customers talk about? First of all, yeah, we always advise customers to partner on test strategy, to use an experienced partner who knows how to set up this project to test well the application. And we already work with many partners all around the world. We can recommend someone in almost every region of the world. We are doing these projects ourselves as well. We have our own test automation methodology, which we are always happy to share with our partners, which we can train our partners on. But this is the opportunity for you as well to offer these services to the customers, not even about test automation specifically, but just to help them design a good test strategy to make sure these responsibilities and these tasks are well allocated. The customer knows exactly what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and the odds of success of such a project just go skyrocket when that happens. And then yeah, just move to automation. Testing manually doesn't make sense. And if you actually use the solution as a partner during the implementation, you can start automating very early. You can start automating basically as certain parts of the application are getting accepted by the business. You can start like from a high level, just to record the process, to have the documentation of the process and have a base for simple tests, and just create some smoke tests first as the application is getting developed. But then after go live, uh, first of all, you will have your processes documented. You can give this documentation to the customer. They will have user guides because of it. You as the partner or the customer themselves will be able to use those recordings to create custom security roles, so process-based security. And you as the partner or the customer themselves will have a base for regression testing after go live that they can expand on. They will have already most of their tests created, or yeah, or at least half of them. I don't know, depending on how much resources you allocate to this. But they will have a good start, which they can build upon after go live, and you can be also the partner that is helping them with that. So creating those test scripts, maintaining them, maybe even running the scripts for them, because what customers want is to have this confidence that their application is being tested well, and they may not always care if it's them doing that or if it's the partner doing that. And many of our partners are actually doing testing as a service, so testing for the customer without the customer getting too much involved. Of course, they have to be involved initially to define those tests and to yeah, to define the scope basically. But then once your tests are created, you can just maintain them and then run them for the customer and report on results. If there's any issues, any bugs, that's what the customer wants to know, basically. And that will reduce the business effort or the general effort in testing by at least 80%. So again, instead of having those 20 people go through a major regression test cycle and spend a lot of hours across a month, you will have your tests done in minutes or in hours, depending on how big the test plan is. But you will run them overnight. You will have the results in the morning. You'll be able to retest everything on demand whenever needed. It doesn't matter. We have customers who have 100 scripts, and we have customers who have a few thousand scripts. No matter how big is your test plan, you will always be able to run, just specific parts of it within I don't know, an hour, let's say. And then you will have results of your tests at all times. You'll have proof of test. You'll have documentation proving that you've done this test on this environment with this user, with all the steps, with screenshots, with all the validations done. You will have full proof and full confidence that your entire regression test plan was run exactly as you want it. And yeah, that will obviously drastically increase the quality of the application of your tests, but also the speed of it, right? Instead of wasting 2 weeks or a month, you'll run a major regression overnight, basically. And if you find some bugs, you'll fix them and you'll rerun the entire regression test cycle within another few hours or overnight. So it will help you with the quality and speed of delivery. So just to sum up, what are those most important things for the customer when discussing automated testing with them? So the main argument or the important argument is the fact that their business will get offloaded from this task. If the customer is already testing somewhat well, and I know that this doesn't happen because of the survey, they will understand it immediately. But even if the customer is not testing well, but it's their business testing and they've done a few cycles already, they will appreciate a solution to take this task off their shoulders. And with automation, this is basically what you do. You turn this manual, menial, mundane, and boring task to robots that can work, on demand 24/7. They don't get tired, they don't complain. They just test for you and they test exactly as you want them to. They do not make mistakes, or if they do, this is also captured in the documentation and in the test run itself. So you know that something, went wrong and you can just retest it quickly. You'll have an army of robots consistently and constantly executing your tests whenever needed. You'll be able to increase your coverage because with automation, creating another script, takes you a few minutes, but then you can run it thousands of times at no additional cost other than what it takes to maintain this script. So you'll find a lot of value in increasing the coverage, and at the same time you are decreasing this business risk of something going wrong, of a bug finding its way to the production. You will have way higher reliability because again, these are tests done by code, basically, not by humans. So they don't make mistakes, they document everything, and yeah, you can just be confident that your application is being tested exactly as you want it to. And long term, of course, this will generate a lot of savings for the customer, because if you just compare or count the time that they would need to do to test to spend to test the application manually, to test it well, and compare that to what it costs to create the scripts, to have the solution, and to run them, this will always be a great saving over time. In fact, most of our test automation projects generate positive return on investment for customers within the first year, or at least within the first I think 15 or 16 months. But yeah, the long-term cost of testing will decrease for sure when moving to test automation. And depending on how much you are testing, this can be like very, very quick, or it can take a little longer. So how to pick the right solution for automation? I'd come back to what I was saying at the beginning about what we optimize for when creating executive automates or testing by Xplus. And this was this ease of use. So yeah, how quickly it takes you to train your users, to train your people, how to use the solution to deliver the goals, so to automate your tests. And with our solution, it's very quick. We have two 90-minute sessions for end user training, and in between we have some guided online training. And after that, users are able to do at least 90%, if not 95% of test script that they will ever have to do in the solution. This other last 5% or 10% are very complex scripts, ones that you cannot really train for, like using APIs or using some advanced code in your scripts. And these are rare cases. Most of your tests are simple tests where you just go through the process, you do some validations, use specific data. That can be taught within hours or minutes even for our solution. And this ease of use makes the whole project simple and quick, right? The creation of scripts, maintaining them, executing them, all of these things should take the least amount possible with the best solution. And that's something you can easily compare yourself when you are testing out different solutions. And I would recommend you do that. Because this is something you very quickly find out. If it takes you, a few minutes to create a test, the same test with one solution, but it takes you a few hours to do it with another one, then you have a very quick answer which solution is better in general and for this particular project that you're using it for. Then reporting and documentation is something quite useful in the right solution, because very often the delivering or doing the project to automate tests is a good opportunity in general to record your processes, because again, you will automate tests around your processes. So recording your processes is a great start. And then once you do that, you have business process documentation for all your processes. And you also have, or you could have, custom security roles, process-based security for your users based on those recorded processes. So you kill multiple birds with one stone, basically, just because you decide to automate your testing. And yeah, not every solution will allow you to do that. Ours does allow you to do that. Again, we were the ones who created the user security governance module in FNO. So we wanted our customers and partners to be using our testing solution to help also with security, because again, this is just a little extra work and you get two projects for the price of one, basically. So testing and security, and maybe even process documentation at the same time. Market maturity, of course, it's good to consider solutions that have been around for a while, have many customers using it, have many partners using it, because there's a new tool created probably every day, vibe coded with AI, and you probably don't want to be a beta tester of one of these solutions, because again, the purpose, the goal of testing should be to decrease the business risk and not to increase it. So I wouldn't recommend going with new solutions. And then the best solution should give you the lowest total cost of ownership. So if you combine the cost of using the solution, so the license, plus of delivering the project, so creating all the scripts, maintaining them, running them, etc., the total cost should be the lowest with the best solution. And that's also something you can easily compare. We have some basic ROI calculators that we share with our customers and partners that can allow you to calculate and also compare the costs of manual testing versus versus doing it automatically with our solution versus doing it with other solutions. You just plug in some numbers for the solutions, and you see how it looks like in time. And now let me move on to a quick demo. Let me make this big. All right. So what I've got here is a trial environment of executive automats or testing by Xplus. And this is what you see when you first log into the solution. You can see some schedulers or executions of your schedulers. Schedulers are just batch jobs. So the way that you can string many different test scripts together and run them at a specific time. And yeah, I've got some performance test scheduler here that we can see what were the results lately. And then you have some like basic information. If we had some planned executions, we would see that. Some recently executed script and disk space, which is important if you are gathering a lot of documentation. We have some customers from regulated industries that are documenting everything everywhere, like a lot. And so they will often run out of disk space at some point because they have to also keep this documentation for a given amount of time. To get started recording your first script, you need two things. You need a system definition, so where you will be recording. The solution works for anything that is web-based, but we focus on Microsoft technology. I have here a finance and operations environment, also some sales environment, and I have a couple of virtual users, which is the second thing that you need to be able to start recording your first script. So these are just Microsoft accounts which have access to this this test environment where I'll record something simple for you now. And then projects are a way of just organizing your tests. This is your test tree. Many customers build it differently. You will build it the way that you build your test plan. So it can be by application, it can be by types of tests. You can go into like modules of the application or work streams. It's really up to you. This is how you will, let's say, categorize your tests to later on be able to easily maintain them and know where a specific test is or should be added. I'll just open this playground project where I have already this configuration done. So I've added these system definitions and virtual users. So I just can click new empty script and start recording my first process. So I'll just record for you a simple free text invoice posting process. I've got here the default environment, default virtual user. So I can just click create and record. And that will open up a new browser pane with this recorder panel on the left side and the application on the right side. And as you can see, I'm already logged in on this AWX Test2 virtual user. And I can just hit record and start going through the process just like a normal user would. And I can go to accounts receivable and open all free text invoices and just hit a new button. And the application is catching all the steps that I'm doing. I'll just select a random customer, type in some description, select the main account. I'll do it once more because this environment is lagging. As you can see, I clicked this twice. It probably won't break my script, but we'll see later. I can write some unit price, and then I can just post this invoice. Let's say this is the end of my process. I don't need to do anything else. And the operation completed. The page is still loading. I guess this environment is lagging a little bit. That's why I can't switch to player. But let's make sure this saves. And I can just open it once again. To show you what it looks like, or maybe I'll show you also in the foreground for now. Yeah, and I'll play it for you. And now now the solution will simply replicate my steps. So it will do exactly what I did. It will select all the same values. It will click all the same fields. It will click main account twice. So we'll see if that messes with our process or not. It's taking a long time for the application to load the environment, the test environment that we have today. It's working very, very slow. And the solution always waits for everything to load up. So it will not move to the next step before everything has been loaded. So if the environment is slow, your test will also be slow. They will take time. And yeah, let's see if this fails now because of the twice clicking on main account. Yeah, it probably will. Oh no, actually no, because we're typing the value, so it's fine. And just like that, we've recorded a simple process of creating and posting an invoice, and we've played it. But oh, let's see, we don't actually have this last step recorded. The clicking on the OK button. I guess that's what was still happening when I closed the last tab. So let's record it and wait. Okay, now we got it. So we can move this to the end of my process, and also we can select this main account, or we can actually delete both these steps because we're typing the value. And now the script is faster. But before I run it again, I just wanted to show you one more thing, and maybe we can make it change recording position. Maybe we can make it at the end. So this little button, this bullseye icon, which we call inspect, allows you to capture any value visible on the screen and save it as a variable. And so this is how you do validations in your scripts. You just capture values visible on the screen and you do validations on them. Let's capture this value of status. We can call the step get value status. We can make it a local variable, just call it status, and already created with a condition step. So check status, and we're going to check if this field has a value of completed. And if it has, then it's all good. We can just log a message, status is correct. And if something else would be as the status other than completed, we want the script to stop and show an error message that the status is wrong. So with this, we got these two new steps. And I can now show you what it looks like to run your script in the background, because this is how you will usually run. your scripts. What you saw just now was running the script in the foreground, and this is how you work with your scripts. This is how you create them, you modify them, but once they are done, they'll be running in the background like this one is. So on the server side, in a headless mode where you don't see the execution, but where we are taking screenshots on each step. And also you can follow this here in the solution. And we are obviously catching every step, its duration and status. And if we're using some values, then we're also capturing the data being used. And we see that our script failed. And that was because we actually had the message of, let's see, we had the message of in process. So it didn't switch to completed because we didn't save this OK confirmation on the last step. I reordered it to the last, but I guess I must have deleted it by mistake when I was deleting the main accounts. But that's all fine. Now you can also see what it looks like when our scripts fail. So it did exactly what we wanted. So this test case was supposed to check if or validate if the value in this field is equal to completed in this accounting status, but it was in process instead because we didn't post the invoice, but that's okay. And so this is what it looks like when they fail. We got this also extra information that we put in the validation that status is wrong. And now if I have my configuration with DevOps, I can create a ticket in DevOps with a bug or an issue and tell a developer to look into it because I've run my tests and something failed. So I want them to look at it. Yeah, but also let's maybe fix it just so that I can show you what the documentation looks like when everything is working. I'll just run this, and also I can show you how easy it is to like add additional steps to your script. I can have it run to a certain step in my script and then stop and switch to recorder and add new things. But for now, I just want to run it to the step number 11 where we click post. And so we are actually clicking post. So maybe we need a little delay. Maybe the tool just went too fast, or maybe we're not clicking on OK. Oh, yeah, we're not clicking on OK. I guess this is what was missing, because yeah, we did record the step to click on OK, but we must have deleted it later on with the deletion of the clicking main account. It's really, really slow today. I'm not sure why. Maybe someone's running a huge amount of tests in this test environment. Okay, I can now stop it and make sure my OK now does record. We got it, and we'll just reorder this to here, and it's all good. We'll save, and then I'll just run it in the background to show you what the documentation looks like. We can also capture video if you want. I'll just capture documentation, and this can be captured as a Word file or a PDF file. And again, these are often used by customers just as business process documentation. Or it can also be used as proof of test for those regulated companies who need to document their test executions. And I'll show you what this documentation, this report looks like once this script runs successfully. it should, because we have this click OK now, so the status will change to completed, and we will have, we caught the value status, it was equal to completed, so now our assertion is true, everything looks well, the status is completed. So that's what your test execution looks like when it runs successfully. Let's open this. I think I need to make it smaller to show you. Yeah. And so in the documentation, you will see on the first page all the basic information about the script. So who created it, where it was run, when, what was the start day, end day, with what user. You can also tailor this documentation to add your company template. And then you have all the scripts, all the steps of your script with screenshots, and of course, all the data being used is also being captured. And at the end of your, and the validations are also captured. And at the end of the document, we have the execution status and also all the used variables and assertions, so all the validations. So this is what the documentation looks like. Oh no, close it. And yeah, maybe I'll move on to the presentation, because I think I only have 14 minutes left. Of course, there's a lot more I could show you. As you may imagine, this solution has everything you would need to automate your testing well. We have many different options for data, for creating variables, for basically doing anything you would need to do in your tests. We are integrated with ADO, with DevOps, the way that you can map out your projects, your sub-projects, and your test script execution and your test scripts to ADO test plans, test suites, and test cases. And so you can have all the results flow back to DevOps. You can run your scripts or schedulers from EA, in EA from ADO pipelines, but you can also use the schedulers in here to schedule your test executions and run them, and also to do performance tests, because the solution can also be used to run performance tests. So many different sessions in parallel with many different users. I believe we're the most advanced solution when it comes to performance tests, and we've also done some huge projects, for example, for Coca-Cola South Africa. But yeah, let's say this is it for the solution, and let me move back to the presentation just so that I can finish on time. Okay. All right. So what does a typical implementation look like? I already kind of covered it. We have these two 90-minute sessions with one of our specialists. We have Demo Boost, which is an interactive training platform where you can just learn on your own all the basic functionalities of the tool. We have also Confluence, where we have our knowledge base, where we have a lot of articles on how to do a specific thing in the solution. We have a great support team that is helping customers with different queries, different issues, different business problems. And then usually it's the business users who are recording the processes because they know these processes well or the best. And then there are some super users, or it can be your team, who take those recordings from the business and who perfect them basically. So make sure that the processes recorded use the right data, they do the right validations, basically that they cover the specific test case requirements around the given process. And yeah, you do this once, you create all those scripts, you make sure they are bulletproof, they are reusable, they can run thousands of times, and then that the maintenance of your scripts is very, very low with testing by Xplus. because we're using multiple mechanisms to catch each and every element. And so that sometimes even if the UI changes or if something changes in the application, your scripts may continue still working with testing by Xplus, and they may fail in all the other solutions, for example. Yeah, what do the customers say about us or about the solution? So Miller Digital appreciates our dedication, professionalism, effort, and willingness to go the extra mile. And they also appreciate the time and energy and commitment that everyone has invested. Leatherman is very happy that they've gone from a 3-week long process to 2 days. And GN had a 450 test cases suite that they were testing manually for every release, and it was very time consuming. And they've replaced all of that with our solution, which allowed them to save time and increase the testing quality. Also, they appreciate that we are very fast. And even if they have some severe and urgent issues, they get support fast. And GN is a customer who started with these 450 test cases. I'm not sure how much they have right now, how many test scripts, but they are one of our most testing customers. They run something like 250,000 tests every year. So yeah, if they wanted to do this manually, and they would have to have a team of like 50 people testing full time, maybe even 24/7. So yeah, this is what automation unlocks for you. You cannot get there with uh, with testing manually. What do our partners say about us? So they appreciate being able to deliver superb results in regression and performance testing, MCA Connect. They like the ease of use and the fact that it allowed their clients to save countless hours. Segeka mentioned, yeah, making a difference in handling regression testing. And Arina also likes the high quality of our solution. And ThinkMax, which is now Talan, enabled says that leveraging our solution enables their clients to streamline the testing process. Yeah. How to get started? So we have a very simple process. You can get started either with Testing Lite, which is the free version of the product, which I will tell you a little bit more in the next slide. Or you can get a free 2-week trial where we'll provide you with a full version of the solution with everything unlocked, and where you'll be able to connect your own D365 test environments and different users to play with the solution as thoroughly as needed. We will provide some basic training for you, and then our recommendation would be to pick 10 of your most important test cases or more and simply automate them. This will give you the best feeling on how easy it is to work with the solution, how quickly you can automate those 10 test cases, and you can do the same test with other solutions also to compare, to maybe put those numbers to an ROI calculator and calculate the total cost of the project. And then, of course, once you're done automating those 10 test cases and you're done with your evaluation, you can simply get a full license and continue on automating, continue on with the project. Yeah, and now this RSA being deprecated. So yeah, Microsoft announced that not that long ago, a while, was it a few weeks, maybe a month, not sure. Time goes by so quickly lately. But yeah, it's going to be deprecated, I think, next May. And so this will give us a great opportunity to convert customers basically to testing by Xplus or to testing Lite. We already have a first version of Testing Lite. You can see this QR code on your screen. You can scan it, and that will take you to an app source page with it where you can sign up for it. But we've already received also a lot of feedback from our partners, which I'm super grateful for, and we know how better to shape this premium/freemium model. So for now, the first version of Testing Light, I think, is too limited. It only allows the foreground mode, so you cannot run your scripts in the background on the server side in a headless mode. You have to run them in your browser. So that's a major limitation. But where we want to take this product, and especially after gathering all this feedback, is we want this solution to basically replace RSAT, to be the standard go-to solution for test automation in FNO, to be a fully usable product, but the limitation will definitely be on the amount of executions. So we're still trying to figure out how best to shape this journey, but imagine just being able to use it for free forever. If you test small right now, if you don't take testing too seriously, which most of customers using RSAT usually are, by the way. So they'll also be able to convert their RSAT scripts to EA scripts. We already have this working, and so they can continue testing small using the free version forever if they want. But if they decide to get more serious about testing, to build a bigger scope, to add more scripts to their test plan, to test more often, perhaps for every release, then they will at some point need to upgrade to a paid version. Again, we still don't know what that limit will be, but I don't know, let's say you can run 500 tests per year for free, and then once you reach this limit, you will need to upgrade or something like that. So yeah, with this, we will want to basically start using it very early. It will make sense for every partner to use it very early in the project, already during the implementation, because of these extra values. So you will record the processes, which means you will have the process documentation. You will be able to use those recorded processes to create process-based security, but also you will create your test scripts already. And yeah, as you build up your test coverage, your test plan, you will have to think about how big you want to make this and how serious the customer is about automated testing. If they want to be serious, then you'll need to plan with them for when they'll upgrade. And if they will just decide to not test that much, to limit their testing, they'll be able to just stay on this testing light and not pay anything. Yeah, where also the opportunity will be, for sure, especially with this testing light version, is in offering support to customers, because we will not offer any support out of the box for the free version. We will offer paid support, of course, but not free. And this is something we will want our partners to offer as well, because you're closer to the customers, you're working with them, and it's much easier if you offer the support, because then you can easily upsell to selling also services, helping customers create more scripts, maintain them, run them, etc. So it makes a good business for you. And yeah, if you run into any issues or need some advanced help, you can always get it from us. So you'll be able to do first line support, but of course you'll be also able to just deliver test automation services. Again, even starting from the test strategy part very early in the project, already helping customers shape this journey, shape the way they'll test in the future, and how they will go about automation. But then you can help them build that scripts, you can help them maintain the scripts, and you can help them run the scripts and report on the results. So there's a lot of opportunities for you to make an additional business line, making services from test automation. But then, of course, for every paid license of the solution that you sell, you will get a partner commission from us. And we already have partners who have created some really nice revenue streams from just these partner commissions, because you don't only get this for the initial sale, but you also continue receiving it as long as the customer subscribes, and we have virtually zero customers resigning. If customers resign from EA or from testing by Xplus, it's usually because they're changing their ERP or because they didn't actually start with the project. They just bought the solution, but they didn't find the time or resources to go on with the project. And this is also something that partners can help customers with to make sure they actually deliver the test automation project. And of course, the main point or value here is for you to be able to just solve more pain points for the customers, because that will make you a much more valuable partner to them, and they will not look for a partner for test automation elsewhere. They will rather get this help with testing from you. And let me see. And we have Q&A. And how do I check the questions? Okay, chat here. Yeah, do we have any questions? I'll be happy to answer some.
Hello, Matt. Need a hand with,
Hey,
with
Pavel.
questions?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Need a hand with the questions?
Yeah, would be nice. But let's see if someone will ask a question.
Very nice session, Matt. Nice.
Thanks. I think I got in a nice flow. I like having a little bit more time. Usually these sessions are very quick, but now I had like twice the amount of time I usually have, so I just took my time and it was good.
Yeah, we will need to skip the break, I think, because yeah, we are
We're skipping the break. Sorry, I thought 5:20 was when we ended. No?
no.
Okay, sorry then. I took too much time. Let me then just say a few words about Pavel. So Pavel is our pre-sales and onboarding manager. He's been at Xplus for like 8 years now, and he's been heavily involved in the development and testing, and of course doing pre-sales trainings, advising customers on how to solve their specific pain points with our products. Yeah, Pavel is just great, and I'm sure you will enjoy his session on performance monitoring. Coming up after the break, you can scan this QR code if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn. And with that, I will leave you on the break. Sorry, I took a little too much. And Pavel, yeah, have a great session.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I think we will take those 3 minutes break. We will start the session at 25 after 6, and yeah. So let's wait a couple of minutes. On this break screen, there is a QR code to the form, contact form. So if you are interested in partnership, yeah, feel free to scan the code, and yeah, we will contact you.
Right, so we are after a short break, so yeah, I will slowly start. So today's my session is about performance monitoring, our solution for finance and operations that can be used to monitor your performance and to see the metrics of our environment and yeah, correlate all the layers of dynamics in single application, in single tool. All right. Before we start, we will take a quiz. So yeah, I will share my quiz, and then you can guys start scanning the codes and answer the questions. So first one is, are you facing performance difficulties? Of course, in Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations. Yes, we got 2 yeses. Okay, let's wait a few seconds. Right. 3 out of 3 so far. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, clearly it says that performance difficulties, performance issues are common issue, common problem for the customers and for the partners, of course. Because at the end of the day, the partners are the ones who are blamed for any difficulties with performance. All right. Let's go to the next question, which is, are you aware of system hardware setup, of your system hardware setup? Yeah, application of Dynamics can be set up in different ways. Yeah, so we are interested if you're aware how in your case it looks like. Okay, we got 2 yeses, 1 no. All right, we can see this as well on the market that yeah, often partners, customers, they don't know even how the hardware is set by Microsoft underneath Dynamics. Okay, and that's good. We have also 2 yeses, so it's not that bad. Okay, so next one is, do you use App Insights to gain performance understanding? Yep, Apps Insights is of course common solution for Dynamics. 1 yes, 1 no. Okay. We got one more answer. All right, half and half. Okay, so today I will try to highlight a few differences between App Insights, also LCS, and our application, our solution. Yeah, so today I will also show for a second App Insights. So for those who used App Insights, you will see how different is our application and what extra you can do in it. And of course, if you didn't see so the App Insights, then yeah, you will see something new today. Okay, let's go to the next one. When a client reports the D365 feels slow, how long does it typically take for your team to identify the root cause? So this is open question. If you didn't have any experience with that, that's fine. But yeah, if you have some, it's great to have some answers. 2 weeks, 2 and 3 weeks. Yeah, that's not bad actually. We saw longer periods for sure. Yeah, so 2 3 weeks is very typical time frame. Of course, there are some performance issues that are very hard to identify, and sometimes even months can pass until we find out the root cause, the cause of this issue. Of course, our monitoring helps in identifying it. Okay, very similar answers: 2 to 3 weeks, month, and 3 to 4 weeks. Right, thank you. Let's go with the next one. Have you ever lost a client conversation about system performance because you didn't have enough data to back up your position? So yeah, it is about the conversations. Yeah, maybe you lost some prospects that were interested in performance, or maybe you lost a client. Okay, I can see 3 yeses. Right, so that's good information for us as well. Okay, one no. That, yeah, it just confirms that the problems with performance are common. Right, let's see the next one. Do you currently have visibility into your client's D365 performance environments, hardware setup, database load, AOS behavior without needing? Yeah, so if you don't have any very big problems, any disasters, do you have a way to check performance of your clients' environments? Yeah, so this question is about if partners they have tools to have a visibility, to have observability on performance. We depend on client. Okay, we got 2 answers. Let's wait maybe a few seconds to get 2 more. Okay, so yes, I guess through the app insights. Okay, I think we've got the quiz. So yeah, thank you very much for all the answers. Yeah, this is just kind of confirms that yeah, you're in a good place, and we as well to present you the next slides and some use cases of our application. Right. So let me just share again, and we can start. Right, so today we will talk about why should we monitor performance of Dynamics 365. Pretty obvious slide, but yeah, let's see this. Business impact on performance issues. I found some statistics that might be interesting for you. What is performance monitoring? Of course, I will present you the application. Performance monitoring versus why standard tools are not enough. So as mentioned, we will compare LCS, App Insights, and performance monitoring. Performance monitoring versus performance testing. I wanted to highlight the differences because we have both customers, partners that come to us, and sometimes they are looking for performance testing, automated performance testing, but in general, in their cases, more insightful would be to use monitoring instead of testing. Yeah, I will try to highlight those differences and when we should do monitoring or testing. Key role of performance monitoring in performance testing. On demo, I will show you a few use cases of our application, and then how partners can use performance monitoring in their portfolio, and then we will have questions and answers. Okay, so why should we monitor performance in Dynamics? So of course, poor system performance directly impacts productivity and business efficiency. Yeah, if users are constantly frustrated to wait for the things, to click on the things and have this waiting screen in Dynamics, this takes a lot of time, not only for waiting, but also on the frustration that something is not working, that we cannot process our deadlines. Yeah, very often employees, they have some deadlines that they need to finish some work, but they cannot. And of course, it have an impact on them, so the frustration grows. So poor performance of Dynamics 365, yeah, it decreases both productivity, but also the efficiency, how motivated are our employees to work in the system. Yeah, lack of visibility makes it hard to explain issues to clients and build trust. Uh, yeah, as you answered, yeah, it might be difficult to tell customer why their system is getting slow. If we don't have any monitoring, any observability, especially the one that works constantly in the background of Dynamics application and monitors the performance, it's really hard to tell why system got slow. And very often we don't know what to do because if we will use standard tools like LCS, we need to kind of invoke the issue before we can register it. So it's good to have application that works constantly and builds the history of our metrics, so it can be analyzed anytime. Yeah, without data, partners cannot proactively advise customers or identify risks early. So yeah, if customer says system is slow, we don't have any data, any monitoring, then we are limited to wait until the issue will be faced again, and yeah, and try to identify it. Or we need to kind of work with customer on finding out what can be the root cause. With the monitoring, we don't need to rely that much on the customer. We don't need to rely that much on standard tools. We have monitoring constantly working on. Performance issues often surface only when business operations are already affected. Yeah, this is very common because usually performance issues, they are not single thing that causes slowness or performance drops in the system. Usually this is a combination of elements. To give you an example, yeah, very often we run batch jobs in the background, and usually the problems will happen if we will have more than one thing that creates problems. Yeah, let's imagine that we have the batch jobs running, we have somebody at the same time who will invoke a very large report with a lot of data, and also we have some other employees that are constantly posting some transactions in the application. Then probably this is the situation when the issue will happen. And usually when we want to kind of reproduce the issue, it's hard because it's hard to reproduce that complex situation where many people doing many things at the same time. So yeah, very often it is hard to reproduce those issues, and we can see them only on the live production environment, which is not something that we want to see too often. Difficult to demonstrate value of optimizations without measurable evidence. So of course, if we want to optimize the performance, if we want to create some solution to some problems, first we should have the metrics before any changes, before any solution implementation, and after to compare those measures. If we don't have any data, then we are blindly shooting to Dynamics. No clear way to differentiate your services from standard implementation partners. Yeah, performance optimizations are not popular, I would say. Not too many partners they have it in offer. So having some services around performance monitoring, performance optimizations might be very good differentiator on the market when many partners are involved in the deal. Then you might get some points because you have this kind of services thanks to performance monitoring. Okay, so now some statistics from the market. So a single day in Dynamics 365 incident, a few hours can generate approximately around 160,000 in total losses. Yeah, so this is data from all.com. So yeah, this is also what we hear from partners, from customers, that even single break in the system might cost hundreds of dollars. Minor even downtime even can cost from 10 to 50,000. So minor incident like few minutes or some slowness in processing, but not blocked processing, still may cause us significant amount of money. Over 90% of enterprises report downtime costs exceeding $300 per hour. So this information is from a LinkedIn post from one of the statistics company. So yeah, if we talk about enterprise solutions, the costs are getting larger and larger. Yeah, so in this case, with enterprise solutions, we can talk about even 300s per hour. In larger organizations, downtime can reach even 1 million in critical scenarios, especially in those critical things like production in production organizations. Those costs can be even more than million. Poor performance directly reduces productivity and delays core business operations. Yeah, that's obvious. If we have slowness in the system, we can take less operations. And yeah, also as mentioned, our employees getting unmotivated, down-motivated each time when they need to use the system. And this is not a good thing. It also decreases the efficiency of our employees. And the system downtime leads to customer dissatisfaction, revenue loss, and reputational damage. So of course, as a partner, if you have customers that constantly are facing this kind of issues, yeah, you may even lost customer for the performance issues in the system. Right. So what is the performance monitoring? Performance monitoring is our own solution dedicated for Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations, which presents core metrics and core statistics about all three layers of Dynamics 365 environments. In Dynamics, we have three main layers of application, which is the SQL, AOS, and batch job server. So all those three layers may cause performance drops, performance issues, even if not directly, it can be indirectly. As mentioned, correlation between running multiple heavy things in the system usually is the cause of the issues. So that's why we monitor all three layers, and all three layers, they can be displayed, and data from them can be correlated between. So yeah, we can present that. Of course, performance monitoring allows you to identify performance bottlenecks, blocked queries that take too long, table growth statistics, how our tables are growing with the data. Also, performance monitoring contains the alerting feature, so it allows you to be proactive with some performance drops. You can create alerts with the thresholds, So if the threshold is broken, then your administrator can get information about it. So whenever something breaks on customer environment, you can get info about it even before customer will contact you, or you can be proactive and contact your customer even if they are not contacting you yet, if you found some inefficiencies. Yeah, tool detects inefficiencies, regressions, and optimization opportunities. Yeah, many things inside Dynamics, especially with SQL, they can be optimized. Some queries they can be modified to be faster, to chunk data a bit. So there are multiple ways how the performance can be optimized, but it cannot be done without the data. So performance monitoring will not give the solution to the issues, but will identify them. Will help you to identify the root causes of any performance problems. Yeah, a source of measurable data to support decisions and proof improvements. Yeah, with this data, you can even contact Microsoft, show them data from performance monitoring, and take decisions based on the data that was observed, that was taken from the production environment, from observing the production environment. A capability that turns performance insights into actionable recommendations. So as mentioned, many things can be optimized. So if you analyze data gathered by performance monitoring, you may find out very good opportunities to help your customers with some performance optimizations. Okay, so some key features, direct impact on performance. So yeah, as mentioned, you monitor performance. Of course, we work on the production layer, so you monitor your production environment. What is worth mentioning is that our application is very light in terms of the megabytes and the traffic that goes through the application. That's because we are just taking snapshots of the performance metrics, and those snapshots are presented. So this is something where we are different from, for instance, App Insights, which constantly shoots the queries to Dynamics, which creates some impact on the performance. So application to monitor performance is also impacting the performance. This is not with our application, because our app just takes the snapshots, so we do not spam the queries, the scripts to Dynamics. Personalization. Application can be modified. You can customize the dashboards that we have. There are options to create your custom dashboards, your own dashboards. For instance, to monitor even some specific things like amount of transactions done in hour. Yeah, we had some situations where we wanted to see how many sales transactions were done in 1 hour. So this kind of custom metrics, custom monitors, they can be created. You just need to create SQL scripts for that. Yeah, you can create your metrics for many things inside the system. Also those business things, not only performance. Advanced diagnostics and monitoring, proactive performance management. So as mentioned, those alerts allows us to be more proactive, because we know when issue happened, and we get the notification immediately when it happens. Cost reductions and resource optimization. So of course, any solutions, any optimizations to performance they lead us to cost reductions, the resource optimizations, because users they are they don't have any slowness in the system, so they can work faster, and they don't get frustrated on any slowness. So of course it also optimizes it from that way, from that perspective. Improved security and compliance. So real-time monitoring allows us for quick responses to any irregularities that can happen. All right. So why standard tools are not enough? The most common tools on the market are LCS for every Dynamics environment. We have access to LCS, of course. And next thing, which is also very popular on the market, which is application insights. So there are some differences. First is end-to-end visibility, SQL, iOS, and batch. In our application, you can correlate all those three layers, even on single dashboard, on single metrics. With LCS application insights, you have this data, you can monitor also those three layers, but it's really hard to correlate this data together. Usually, if we need to use application insights, we need just to download the data from the application, also from LCS, use some Excel file, correlate that data in Excel files, and then we have this this data with our app. You don't need to do that. Everything is in single place, all the layers, and yeah, all of them, they can be even on single dashboard. So you see how one thing can impact other layer. Yeah, if a lot of SQL operations are running, we can see how the batch job server is doing at that time. Okay, SQL level analysis, queries, logs, blocking. In our app, we have dedicated dashboards for all those queries, loggings, and blocking for all three things. We have dedicated dashboards. It is a bit different with LCS. LCS can also show you the long queries, also blocked queries. But with LCS, it's the problem is that you have this data only from 1 hour, so you can go only 1 hour back. Yeah, so if something happened longer than 1 hour, then you don't have this, and you need to invoke the issue once again to see this information in LCS. With application insights, on the other hand, you can monitor the same things, but if you need to monitor SQL with application insights, then application insights will get much heavier than it is already. So it impacts also the performance of the system if we need to go that deep with application insights. Yeah, so correlation across the system layers, we mentioned that. Custom business metrics. Yeah, in LCS it is pretty limited. In application insights, of course, we can do those things, but also with some limitations. Root cause analysis support, of course, it can be done with all three applications. With our competitors, of course, things are harder to find, harder to analyze. It's harder to interpret the data. Many times you need to correlate it by yourself. So that's why it is also limited thing. Real-time monitoring with our performance monitoring and application insights is possible. With LCS, we have only post data. We don't have really real-time monitoring. And proactive alerting, this actually can be done in all three applications. So if I would highlight one main thing is this correlation across all the system layers and custom business metrics. Those are the biggest differentiators. Also the lightness of performance monitoring compared to other tools and real-time monitoring. Also, I don't have it on the slide, but our application can keep the historic data. So you can keep even 1 year of performance metrics of your production environment to do analysis of this data. So this is important to mention that you can keep the historical data in performance monitoring as well. Okay, very quickly, the differences between performance monitoring and performance testing. So performance testing validates systems ready before go live. So this is usually the trigger for customers to do the performance testing if they need to evaluate the production environment before go live. And performance testing simulates expected user load in controlled environment. So if we have already some issues on the environment, usually performance testing will not help us because performance testing simulates the expected workload, usually not on the one-to-one copy of production, but on test environment. So usually performance testing is done to find the performance issues, to find if expected workload will create the issues. But if we have issues already on the environment, then testing will not help us. Testing will just show that yes, we have a problem. Yeah. So in the situation where problems with performance they are already here, then we should focus more on the monitoring and on the analysis of the real system behavior of production, of user activity, and on the three layers of the application, and try to identify some irregularities in the performance. So worth to remember, worth to know that performance testing is not needed if we already have a slow system and if we already have some issues. Then we don't need to test because the testing is done to find out those issues. Then in this situation, we should have monitoring. But of course, monitoring can be part of performance testing. With executive automates for testing, very often we do performance testing. We can use this application to simulate even hundreds of sessions at the same time to simulate real business scenarios. And then we can use as well in parallel performance monitoring during testing to see how this workload that we create, that we want to simulate, how it affects performance and how it affects our system. And so of course we can use monitoring to speed up testing and to also present the results and analyze the results from the testing. So with the combined approach, if we use both applications, we can do both monitoring of the performance and performance testing. So this is really good combo for customers before go live if they want to evaluate the environment before going live. Or if we identified some issues with the performance monitoring, we may use also executive automates to maybe reproduce the issues with the created workload. So both applications they work together really well. All right, so let's see the application and a few examples. So very quick look on the application itself, application gets installed to Dynamics 365 through deployable package, and all the monitoring scripts, they are inside Dynamics, the SQL scripts for the metrics. But the results, the dashboards, they are presented on Azure portal. So here we can graphically see changes in our performance. So from standard things that we can monitor, that we can gather, we have information about CPU usage, as you can see on all the layers. In my case, I have 3 AOS servers, 2 batch servers, and 1 SQL server. All the data is on single dashboard, so I can see each individually, or I can see correlated data. Pretty interesting thing. This is not something that I prepared, but I can see that on my environment, I had some SQL issues, SQL drop on CPU. So this is something that could be analyzed. Let's see other layers at that time. I can see that some batch was also performing at that time. Second batch server as well, and AOSs, they were pretty fine. Yeah, so probably my SQL was slowed down by the batch server. So of course, as I said, I didn't prepare that. This is just something I can see here. So yeah, of course, with proper analysis, we may find out what was the root cause. Yeah, what are the other things? Of course, we can see also the memory, also on all the layers, number of sessions active in environment, queries that got blocked here on the chart, or we can display the raw data as well. Transactions per second, and these are the default dashboards that you get like out of the box with application. But as mentioned, you can also create your own dashboards, which can be around the performance, but they can be even something around the business. Like I mentioned, we once were checking sales transactions per second as well, and this kind of scripts and this kind of metrics you can also gather. Okay, we can see here that the batch requests per second was really high, almost 3,000 batch requests. So for sure, my SQL SQL issue was caused by the batch requests. Yeah, in and out statistics, top executions. So those queries that are frequently executed, top duration of queries, reads, top writes, also table count. So you can see how much data you have in different tables of Dynamics, and also the growth of the tables in last hour and in dedicated time range. And yeah, let's scroll down. Long queries. This one I will use in a second, so I will show you what we can see here. Top executed queries, use storage, and resources of CPU in my case. Yeah, so these are the standard metrics that you can use. And yeah, let's do some use case. One of the use cases that you may have with your customers is the situation where customer was working as usual without any problems, without any performance drops, but they got updated to the new version, and then something broke. So I want to kind of invoke this kind of situation. So yeah, give me a sec to just refresh my Dynamics environments. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's see the first situation. Yeah, let's go to maybe all customers. This is pretty heavy table. So yeah, this is the situation. Before update, it took me like seconds to open all customers. Let's try again. Yeah, like 2, maybe 3 seconds to open this table. But let's kind of simulate the situation after the update. So give me a sec. All right, and let's try again. And all right, this time something changed. Let's agree that we got updated to the new update, and now the same table that was working is slowed down. So with our application inside Dynamics, first thing that you can see is to see the query, to see the slow query that is processed. So I can see my session under the context info. I can see my session ID, and I can see the query that takes longer than expected. Let's see, it is still processing. So first thing I can see here the query. So by knowing the name, I can now find it in performance monitoring as well. So let's go here. I will maybe change the time range to have like past 30 minutes. And also let's add a filter on myself, context, and not all. All right, let's see if we will see it anyway. Yeah, and in Performance Monitor, I can use long queries table, and here I can see my my query. It took 34 seconds. This is just a snapshot, so our snapshot was done in 34th second when this query was processed. But as you can see in long queries, immediately I have information that that query was slowed down. Yep. So if you have the customer that was working fine, but after the update he's facing any slowness, so every long query that users are facing can be then found in application. More than that, you can prepare also the alert that will inform you if this kind of query will take longer than the selected threshold. Yeah, and if I will try to use LCS for the same thing, then I can use activities, and here I have long queries as well. Let's try to search for it, and let me just copy the beginning of the query, and let's try to find it. Okay, not yet. Maybe I will refresh. I'm not sure if I have the correct time range. Let's try again. Long queries. And let's try to find it. Not really. My LCS didn't get that long query yet. Okay, we will try to check it in a second. Let's refresh my App Insights as well, because I want to show you also difference how it looks in App Insights. So in App Insights as well, I am able to see that there was a slow session, slow query in on the cast table list page. But as you can see here, I don't have any correlation to the session. I don't know which user it was. Of course, I need to work with the ID, maybe find out it somewhere else. but the data I have here is a bit limited. Anyway, if I would need to see the long queries, App Insights can be used for that. But as you see, you have much less data than in our case. Here we have full SQL, duration of it, all the times, server that got slowed, and also the context. So from this place, I can see which user faced the issue. So as you can see, both applications, they gather similar things, but how the data is presented is a bit different. All right, and let me just see one more thing. So this is also the same query. Let me maybe refresh it. So this is just a view, full view from the query, and here I have the like a history of all the long queries that happened in the past. So here I have data from the 10th a.m. So what we can verify is total duration, total CPU time. So in my last row here, the total duration is 580 seconds. So by analyzing that, we can also find out the root causes of the issues. Because what can cause this kind of issue? The most common thing might be the change in the query. If we have like new field, new column in the table, or there is a change just in how the query looks, this might change the query plan in the system, and sometimes some queries may take longer because of the change of the query plan. Also, the indexes may get updated for the table, and then again it may change the query plan, which may cause some longer executions of the query. There are also migrations between the servers. Yeah, many times customer servers are shared between other customers from Microsoft. So I know that many customers are not even aware of it. That yes, sometimes they share environments between other customers. So not environments, sorry, servers where the environments are held. They might be shared by multiple customers. So sometimes it may also cause the longer executions of the queries. And all right, so this would be first use case, how you can use performance monitor to find out this kind of situation where one of the users faced some slow behavior of the application, and immediately you can use the active queries in our monitoring to find out the query. And also in of course Azure portal, you have all long queries, so you can very quickly find out what happened. And yeah, let me just see the timing. Okay, it's okay. So one more thing that I would like to show you is a situation where some session may block other sessions, other users, and this might be also checked in our application. It also can be displayed in our app. So let me just again invoke this kind of scenario. Okay. So now if I will check my active queries, I should find out mine query. This is session, maybe, oh, yeah, I think I can make this one a little smaller and this one. Yeah, so mine session 33 is blocking other sessions now. Yeah, so what we can see here that my user blocked other users, other queries, other transactions. So how this is presented in performance monitoring? So we need to wait few seconds because monitoring creates snapshots every minute, but soon we should be able to use blocked queries chart dashboard to see the situation. For now, I refreshed. I didn't have any blocked queries. But right now I can see amount of 12 queries that got blocked by my user. Probably it is even more now. So let's wait another minute and we will refresh. All right. Up to 32 queries got blocked by my user. So let me just terminate my session. Let's find it. I can terminate it. Okay, so all the blockades were released and they are all queued right now because they are released now. And in our performance monitoring, I should see this situation as well. So let's wait a minute for another snapshot. All right, and then we can see drop of the blocked queries. So yeah, this is also a very common situation that some users may face slowness because they are blocked by some other operations that are running in the background. So by using active queries, you can quickly identify which users are blocking others. And of course, if you need the dashboard, the chart in the application in the Azure portal, you will see chart of the situation. Of course, you can display it on the full screen. Here you can also present results in a raw data. Yeah, this is our situation. Here, worth mentioning, you can also use KQL language to search for the data. Let me just change this query to I will just paste. Maybe I will just remove it and paste it, and let's run query. Yeah, and here now I am able to see all the queries that got blocked. Of course, here I am seeing the those queries that were blocked by myself. Of course, in active queries, I know which session it was, because here I'm presenting you now all those queries that got blocked by session 53, which was mine session. So this way you can also quickly search the results by using KQL language to also present the data and search for the data, aggregate it and filter it. All right, so yeah, these are the use cases that I have for today. Let's get back to presentation. I have still a few slides. Let me just, all right, start presenting. Okay, what's going on here? It says almost ready in Polish. Okay. Okay, I guess we will have to wait for that. Yeah, in the meantime, while this is loading up, maybe you have some questions, so you can start also asking those on the chat, so we can answer them at the end. Come on. Didn't happen on my dry run, so that's quite interesting. Let me maybe once again. All right, we are back. Okay, so how partners can benefit from this application, from performance monitoring? So of course, you can expand your service portfolio with performance monitoring and optimization services. You can move from reactive support that only answers on the blames, on the problems, on the issues from customers. You can also be more proactive with the alerts set for all your customers. So whenever something happens with the performance for one of your customers, you get notified by that, and you can react quickly on it or be proactive to customer. I bet that your customers they would be surprised that that you contact them because you found something that you can optimize. Build recurring revenue through continuous monitoring and reporting. Yeah, this is also a good idea to have like recurring service to report performance situation every month, every maybe quarter, with some recommendations, optimizations, ideas based on the analysis of the data that monitoring gathers. Yes, strengthen the client relationships with data-driven recommendations. So of course, we need data to present our solutions. So with performance monitoring, you can rely on the data before you will propose some more optimizations, and also after solutioning, you can present the data, how the situation changed with the new solution. Then differentiate from standard implementation partners. As you answered also in the quiz, performance issues are common. They are happening almost for every customer, but still not too many partners are helping customers with performance issues. So yeah, with performance monitoring, you can be the one who can. Okay, so now we can go to some questions and answers. If you have any questions, you can just text them on the chat. Let's see, we have. Oh, sorry. Guys, let's wait a few seconds. Maybe we'll have some questions. If you would like to also see more about performance monitoring, on the chat you will find the link to our webinar. So yeah, you can extend some information about this solution. Right. Thank you very much for attending. Here on the slide you have a QR code to my LinkedIn. If you would like to stay connected with me, feel free to send the invitation. You can of course message me as well, so we can have some conversations about performance monitoring, but not only. Thank you very much. Right now we will take a few minutes break. Thank you. All right, we are back from the break. So the next session will be held by myself as well. Next session is about Business Central and test automation in Business Central, and how we can start in less than 24 hours with some approach to testing in BC. Like with other break slides, there is a QR code on which you can get the contact form to us. So you can leave contact to yourself and we will get in touch. If you're interested in partnership with Xplus, feel free to scan the QR code. All right, maybe let's wait 1 more minute for maybe others that may join for Business Central session. Okay, I think we can slowly start. Yeah, so yeah, today the next session is about testing in Business Central. So I will show you how to create test script with our solution in Business Central, how you can automate things, and I will also present you some approach that you can take with your customers to start building your own library of the test cases of automated scripts that you can use within your projects. All right. As for other sessions, at the beginning we have a quiz. So let's jump into the quiz. Yeah, 1 second. I will just need to switch to the quiz form. Okay, all those can be closed. All right, so to join to the quiz, as always, just scan the QR code. Yeah, and the first question we have is, do you test automation in your PC? So do you have some test automation in place? Maybe some frameworks are used by you. Okay, got 2 answers that we don't have. Test automation. Let's wait for a couple more. Okay, we have some. Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of test automation. Yeah, if you would like to share that you can share it on the chat, so I will be able to see this. Okay, we got 4 responses again, and three of you guys don't have test automation in BC. Okay, I don't see more answers, so we can jump to the next one. Have you faced stability issues with your BC due to lack of testing? Yeah, so maybe you faced some situations where after update or maybe after some in-house development, yeah, the application broke or some processes broke and they couldn't be finished. Okay, so this is common, as we can see. Yeah, we are waiting for 2 more responses. Okay. And 1 more. All right. So yeah, in 4 situations we had some stability issues. In 1 situation we didn't have it. All right. So this is kind of surprising. I thought we will have 100% on yes. Yeah, but that's also cool. You can share as well. how you test and how you approach testing that you didn't have this kind of stability issues. Yeah, I'm really interested in it. Okay, let's jump into the next one. Do you plan to perform performance testing for your BC application? Yeah, we are very experienced with performance testing for finance and operations. Yeah, we are wondering how the performance testing, how important it is and how market sees it. If this is something that you would like to do, or maybe you tried already to do performance testing, or maybe this is completely not needed in your situation. We want to know your situation. Okay, for now, three yeses. Okay, that's surprising again, because as for finance and operations, performance testing is very common, and of course those environments are very large. We have very often hundreds, thousands of users in the system, so performance testing is something crucial in many projects. But with BC, it's good to see that the performance testing might be also something that you would like to do to your customers. All right, let's jump to the next one. How much of your team's time on a typical BC project is spent on manual testing and regression checks across the full project lifecycle? Of course, more or less how you feel. We are wondering how long it takes to manually test typical BC implementation. Okay, 10% of team's time, less than. Not that many. Okay, we still have four more responders. Let's see. 20, 30, all right. Difficult to say. All right. Of course, there are no bad answers. Okay. We have something more complex. On a typical Business Central project, approximately 30 to 50% of the overall project efforts is spent on manual testing, validation, and regression testing activities throughout the project lifecycle. Yeah. So yeah, we can see that the answers, they are different in each other. For some cases, this is less than 10%. But we even see 50% of the overall project effort. I can kind of agree with my experience from finance and operations projects. Very often this is like 30 to 50% as well. So right, that's good to see the situation in BC. And we have one more. Oh, okay, two more questions. Has a BC client ever discovered a critical issue in production that your team didn't catch during testing and had to call you about it? Yeah, not pleasant situation, I would say, where we have customer escalating. But yeah, maybe you want to share some stories. Yes, okay. Yeah, you can also give some highlights on the chat if you would like to extend your answer a bit. Um, right, we got one answer out of 5. Let's see if we will get. Okay, we got one more. Yes, on a rare occasions, we investigate immediately, resolve the issue, assess root cause, and enhance test coverage to reduce the likelihood of similar issues in future releases. Yeah, very, very good approach. So as I understood, probably this is about the manual testing, right? So you enhance the test coverage by probably creating new test cases or modifying the already existing. Okay. Very, very good approach in general. Of course, it can be enhanced with some automation, so things can get faster, and of course, you can test much more than with manual testing. Okay, and one more yes. So again, this is something common for the partners, right? And let's see the last question, which is if automated regression testing could be set up in 24 hours, what is the biggest blocker today? How do you think? What do you think? How do you feel from your perspective, from your experience? Is test automation something that you are a bit afraid of, that it would be too complex, too difficult to start doing it? Okay, the biggest blockers are maintaining reliable test data, handling frequent customizations, changes, and ensuring automated tests remain aligned with evolving business processes. Cost, okay? Cost, like in many situations, might be the biggest blocker. Okay, let's see if we will get a bit more. I'm really interested in this one. Yeah, so maintaining the test data, of course, always is a challenge. In our application, we are trying to not rely that much on the data in the system. Very often, we use linking scripts to always have the prerequisites also automated. So whenever we need to test some process which requires prerequisites, we can be sure that they are always existing because we have separate scripts that work as a prerequisites. So this is very common for us to handle the data issues with this kind of approach. We can also re-execute the same scripts on different environments because we are not afraid that the data won't be there, on different environments. If we automate also the prerequisites, then the data is not that big issue. Okay, no structured test scenarios. All right, yeah, this is also common that we are not sure or we don't know what exactly we should test. So of course, yeah, this is the challenge at the beginning of testing, that we should gather the business processes from the business. Yeah, the business should tell us which business processes are the most critical ones, which of them should always be working, and yeah, help us with designing the test scenarios. All right, thank you for all the answers. Very, very interesting results. I think if you would like to talk more about your answers, yeah, let me know on the question and answers slide. Then we can also discuss it. Okay, let's get back to my presentation now. So we will start again with some slides, and then I will show you application itself as well, and some test cases in Business Central, or we will automate the test case in Business Central together. Okay, so why testing is still a margin problem in Business Central projects, why BC test automation is the fastest capability partners can adopt. So we will talk also why this is not that big challenge, especially for BC to start test automation. What changes with automated testing? Live demo first automated BC process. I will show you how it looks in our application. I will also briefly show you the setup and how easy is the setup. How fast you can start with application. How to implement this for your first client. So I will show you some step-by-step approach, how you can try to work with your customers, how to package testing as a service, and how to scale that solution across customers. And of course, by the end, we will have questions and answers. Okay, so why testing is still a margin problem in BC projects? So of course, Business Central projects, they operate in constant change. This is typical for ERPs, that they need to evolve, they need to change, and they change a lot. From the partner perspective, customers, they always want to change something. The new integration is required, the new customization is required, the process requires to be changed. There is a new update, there are new functionalities that they start to use in Business Central. So every change in not only the business process, but also how users use the Business Central, how they behave in the system, it requires testing. Because if the change is not tested, of course, it may result in the problems, in issues, and even in critical situations to stopping up the whole Business Central application, which can be very, very costly for the customer. And of course, it is the something that customer would blame the partner at the end. Customers expect stability even as the system evolves continuously. So as we said, customers, they expect that the application will be modern, application will work fast, application will allow to do all of the processes they have, even if they change them, even if they completely change the way how they operate. They expect you as a partners to provide the stable and working system. Manual regression testing consumes senior consultant time. So of course, manual testing requires people, and very often we require very experienced people that they know how to catch the issues in the processes. Very often we cannot rely on the not experienced people with manual testing, because things may get skipped by them. They can avoid some things. They may not catch some crucial details about the project process. So very often at the end of the day, the testing is done by experienced people, experienced users in the system, which is obviously taking them out of the regular business tasks. And testing is often rushed, treated as an overhead, or skipped before go live. I think that the last one is not that common these days. Probably not too many customers and partners skip testing before before going live. But a few years ago, this was pretty common. We also had customers that were taking one version updates without testing, and this probably still happens, but most common is to simply rush testing. Very often we have limited time, and the deadlines are rushing, and the testing is taken lightly. We check just the most critical things, the most crucial things, and just to get the update, just to get the work done. Yeah, so with manual testing, of course, if we have limited amount of time, then it means we will test less. Yeah, with test automation, if the time is the problem, time gets limited, test automation still can be done during the night. You can repeat the testing, the execution of testing anytime you need. With manual testing, if the timing is not wide, not large, very often we need to rush manual testing. And of course, from business users' perspective, that they usually work on the business processes, testing their business processes is usually taken as a overhead. This is something that they need to do extra. So of course, with test automation, you can take this from users to just have automated scripts instead of manual testing. Yeah, and the most important, and when something breaks in production, it is perceived as a partner failure. This is common. Customers they expect that everything will be working, everything will be stable, and if something is not working, of course, this is the partner's fault. Okay, so why UBC test automation is the fastest capability partners can adopt? Because test automation in BC does not require very complex setup, very long setup, or very complex frameworks, complex approaches. If you work with your customers, you can start test automation very, very slowly by automating one process after another, and reuse the same test cases for other projects. It doesn't need to be very complex. It doesn't need to be very difficult as well. Our app is also very easy to use. So you will see this. So yeah, any even business user can start test automation very quickly. It can start delivering value early without building a full QA framework. Yeah, so you can imagine if your customers they do a couple of processes, like few dozens of processes, if you start from automating those most important ones, every created script, every automated test case is just step forward, getting rid of manual testing at all. And of course, if your scope, if your library of test cases will grow, you can even resign from manual testing at all. So you can start with delivering very first scripts just to test the most important things and focus on that at the very beginning. Initial business processes can be automated quickly and refined over time. So yeah, here what I mean, you can automate your business process for one customer, do few changes, and copy the same script to your other project where you need to test exactly the same process. So those initially recorded business processes from one project, they are very quickly good. They are quickly very good source of the test cases for next projects, for next customers, and so on. Yeah, partners can introduce automation step by step, starting from most critical flows and most repeatable activities. So yeah, it's also worth automating the annoying things for manual testing. To give you an example, filtering. Yeah, I know that not that many customers they are testing that much to test filtering, but if we do test this kind of thing, this is very frustrating for the users to test this kind of thing. So you can start automating your critical processes, but also some simple test cases, simple things that are just a quick check, quick wins, we can say. easy to automate, but they are very repeatable and very frustrating for manual testers. Yeah, and with each iteration, testing becomes more reusable and scalable. Yeah, so this is what I mean. If you automate something for one project, you can reuse it for your next projects, and your library grows faster and faster. Okay, so what changes if you will start using test automation? So regression validation no longer depends on manual repetitive work. So first of all, it is faster, but also you do not rely on people. And people can do mistakes. Of course, you can have a mistake in automated script as well, but if you created your automated script, your automated test, you verified it, made the review, and published it as a finished test case, you can be certain that this process that you automated, this test that you automated, will be repeated again and again in exactly the same form, which cannot be promised, cannot be guaranteed if we do manual testing. Sometimes users they may take different path to do something. They can skip some things during testing because they know that it works, so they can skip it, and many times it may result in some bugs and issues. So with automated scripts, you don't have that problem because you design them, and once they are designed, they stay in one form, and they are testing the same thing. Yeah, testing is no longer tied to individual consultants and their availability. I think this is very important because for complex projects, for complex processes, you very often need to rely on on individual people, individual consultants that know the process, that know how to test it. And if they are absent in the work, they are on the holiday, or maybe they are sick, your testing is not done or is getting delayed because of the absence of the consultant that can test this or that in BC. So with test automation, of course, you don't rely on the availability of consultants. Business processes are captured and reusable test assets. So even if you don't want to test something, you can prepare script for that. Yeah. So there are things that can be automated and they can be used, and they don't need to test things. You can do like the configuration with the script. So if you need to repeat the configuration before the testing on the environments, you can also create scripts for that. If new business process is implemented, you can immediately create script for that. A very good choice is to have in definition of done in our user stories on requirements, preparation of the automated script at the end of the requirement or user story. Every new project builds on what was already created before. Yeah, we mentioned that already. And validation becomes more consistent, predictable, and less dependent on the time pressure. So, of course, test automation is faster, so it doesn't require that much time, but it's also easier to repeat tests and re-execute tests whenever they are needed. So we do not rely that much on the timing. Yeah, if we spend 2 weeks on manual testing, and if we would need to repeat the testing, we need another 2 weeks. But with test automation, if we took 1 day on running automated scripts, if it needs to be repeated, we need another day or maybe few hours to just re-execute the full regression. So you can also provide the results from testing much faster to your customers done with manual testing. All right, so let's see how the application works in practice. So now I will switch my my screen to testing by Xplus. So this is our test automation solution. And testing by Xplus allows us to create scripts, to record scripts based on our business processes. So any business process, not the best example, maybe something different. Somebody just created empty scripts. Yeah, something like that. Yep, so any process like fixed asset creation, it can be automated just by recording all the steps. User needs to go step by step through the process during recording, and then this way we get the script. But before I will record something, let's talk a minute about the deployment of application. So as you can see, testing by Xplus is web-based application, so it is used within the browser. You don't need any installation to your computers or to your Business Central environment. Application is fully web-based. Most of our customers, they are with the SaaS solution, so we host environments for the customers, and they just receive link from our side. So the same can work with you guys. Your customers can use testing just by accessing it through the browser. And yeah, how we connect to the environment. The connection is very easy. We just need to set up environment, and for that we just require link to it, to our application. We need to name it and just create system definition like that. So as mentioned, you don't need to install anything. You don't need to I don't know, maybe do some complicated installations on your side. Now application is accessed by the browser, and to connect to BC environment, you just need to add link to it. Yeah, and one more setting that is required is the virtual user, and virtual user is the account that scripts use to get into BC application. So here we use real Microsoft accounts authenticated as a virtual users. So it makes possible to log in our scripts automatically to Business Central system. So you don't need to record any login steps within the test cases. You just use virtual user initially in the script, and it automatically logs in the user. And what is important, we can work with multi-factor authentication, so it doesn't block user from authenticating. And also users may have different security roles inside our Business Central, so we can also create set of users that have different security roles to execute our testing on the different security roles, to verify also this side of application. So security testing can be also done within our app, and this is thanks to virtual users. And one more thing, of course, test users are recommended, but any Microsoft account can be used for this setup. Yeah, so this is all that we require. So you may use testing by Xplus to add your customers' environments and prepare scripts for them, or you can have separate environments for customers. Depends on the agreement with us, and it depends on your situation. And yeah, then all you need is just links to environments and to set up users. Of course, it's good to use test accounts, and this is it. No more settings, not complicated things, just user and environment. Yeah, and every script that we create is held within the project. So under project section, you can create your own structure to organize your scripts into some folders, some modules from application. Yeah, and last important thing about the app itself, it can be used not only for Business Central. In general, we specialized in Microsoft products, so this is our main, let's say, target for this application. But you can use it also to anything what is web-based. So if you have some web apps, maybe some integrations to BC or some web pages, web platforms, yes, you can create scripts also there. Yeah, and also scripts can work on multiple platforms at the same time. Not maybe at the same time, within the same script. Yeah, this is better sentence. Yeah, so within one script, you can also change the platforms to do cross-platform testing. So your test case can start in Business Central, then switch during playback to something else, maybe some integrated application. And then if you need to get back to Business Central, you can also do that. So yeah, keep in mind that not only Business Central can be tested, you can test other applications as well, and also do cross-platform testing when scripts are switching platforms during the playback. All right, so let's prepare some test case. I want to show you how easy it is to record the scripts, and also I will try to highlight some capabilities of application in general. Okay, so to prepare a script, of course, I will create an empty one. I will select my Business Central project, and then I need to name my test case, my script. I want to create a fixed asset. So yeah, so I will do creation of fixed asset in Business Central. And then once I named my process, all I have to do is just select environment and virtual user for my script. So the environment is target application where script will be opened, on which script will be opened. And virtual user is this account that I mentioned that will be used by the script, by our script, to get in to our environment. Here, of course, I have default options, but there is no limit on the environments. You can have more of them. And then for every script, you have the selection, so you can switch between environments. It, of course, can be done also after script creation. So this is just initial setting here. So yeah, in any time, you can switch environments for your scripts to re-execute the same test cases on different platforms. Yeah, and the same goes for virtual user. Virtual user also can be switched in any time. Also, we don't have limit on the amount of those virtual users. So if you have a lot of test users that you would like to use, all of them can be added in the application. All right, so let's create a script. So once script is created, we are redirected to the steps. All the initial settings, they are under details. So yeah, here we can make changes to anything that we already set. And yeah, to create steps of the process, we just press on the record. Then in new window, it opens our application and the recorder and player. And of course, in the main section, Business Central application will be opened, the one which I selected during script creation. All right, and on the right side, I have recorder and also player. In our application, you can switch between playing and recording scripts. This is really convenient from the test design perspective because you can record something, check how it works on the playback side. Even individual step in the process, sometimes we are not sure if we automated something correctly. So even part of the script can be executed to just check that. But also if you are executing your test case to verify how it works. And if you noticed that you missed something during recording, you missed some steps, you can always get back to the recorder, record what was missing, and continue your playback from that point. All right, in our case, of course, we will use recorder now, and to start recording, I just press on the record button, and now recorder will listen to all my actions. So let's go to all fixed assets. I'll create new. Yeah, I need to find out some clever value for number. So let's go with something like PW test 0 to something. Later on, I will show you how I will change that because, of course, it won't be possible to create another fixed asset with the same number. So, of course, I won't be able to reuse that value, but I will show you how I can fix that. Yeah, then I need some description. I think I will just reuse the same value for description. And to do that also automatically within my script, I will use one more option which I have here, which is inspect. And inspect allows me to select anything what is visible on the screen, any value, any field with the value, or even the constant elements like this one. Yeah, so anything can be selected, and when it gets selected, you can create special step that will use variable to store value of the taken element. And this step will be added to my list. With every execution, this get value step will update my variable with actual value taken. So I will create this to get value of fixed asset number. Yeah, and I will save that value to variable fa_num. Yeah, and why I created this? Because once my script will type the fixed asset number, I want to reuse the same value for my description. So yeah, I can type the value, get that value as a variable, and later use variable for my description to type the same value as a number. We will set up this in a second. Let's continue with class code, which is 10. Okay. Sorry for that. Tangible. Yeah, my business central is just the sandbox. So yeah, it is not the fastest one. Okay, we got the tangible finally. Now subclass code, I will use equipment. All right. Then I need the depreciation starting date and depreciation ending date. Yeah, I will just use some dummy values. All right, and then I think this is it. Of course, you can create steps for every value here. In my case, I want something simple. Don't want to focus on typing values to everything on the page. Let's try to acquire that that fixed asset. Okay, we need to provide the balancing account number. Yeah, I will use this first one. Okay, and the currency code, I will use dollars. All right, so now I can go next. Acquisition cost, let's do like 3,000. Okay, acquisition date is fine. Currency code as well. Okay, this was checked, and I can press on finish. All right, in my case, I have some other acquisitions. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it works, if it will pause or not. Okay, it didn't pause. I guess something is not okay with all those transactions, but this is not that important for us. We just want to automate the script. Yeah, maybe I will remove that and get back. All right, I think this is all, so I can stop recording. Let's take a look on the steps. Maybe I'll make it a bit bigger. Yeah, so all my steps for the process are created, but we need to do some cleanup. Yeah, I have like 2 steps to type the value. Of course, if I need to pause and start recording again, I can do that. So no worries. If we finished recording, we can start it in any time. Also, you can start or you can insert your steps in any place within the script. Yeah. So if I would need to add new steps as a third and fourth in my script, I can just select my starting point as a second step. Yeah, so let's clean up our process a bit. We have some duplicates. Of course, I don't need to retype the number again, so I can remove this duplicate. Also, one more feature that you can use, which is reorder, to change sequence of the steps. In my case, I want to use that get value step just after typing value to my fixed asset number. So this is where I will place that step. And now I want to also change the data. Yeah, okay, this one is not needed as well, but the rest I think is okay. Yeah, and as I mentioned at the beginning, we need to change data a bit. Yeah, because I cannot create another fixed asset with the same number. Then I need to find another ID. So in situations like that, in our app, the best use case is to use number sequence, because we have option to use data source, which is Excel file that you can use with the data to provide values for your script. But in our situation, we require value for every execution, new value. So the best option for that in our app would be to use number sequence. And number sequences, they are very simple thing, which is very similar also to what you have in Business Central or sort of finance and operations. And number sequences, they simply generate new values, new numbers for every usage. Yeah, so whenever a sequence is used, it changes the value, it increments the value of the sequence. And of course, we can decide what format we want to use. Usually number sequences, they have some part which is constant, which is always the same. And then we use hashtags, which represents the numbers that will increment, that will change. Yeah, so in my case, my fixed asset will be created as a AC 100 00 30. This will be my next number. Yeah, and every playback will increment that value. So with this, thanks to those sequences, I can have different value for my fixed asset for each playback. Okay, so let's edit that. I don't want to use that value anymore, so I will change that constant. Here I have option to use picker, and on the picker I can select my number sequence for fixed assets. Yeah, and of course number sequences, they can be shared among the scripts, among the steps. So yeah, you can reuse them in multiple steps and scripts. Yeah, and also our description. I don't want to type again this description. So that's why I use that trick that my asset number will be saved as a variable. So to my description, I can type value from that variable. So it will be always exactly the same as number. All right, and let me see if we need to get rid of anything else. Maybe I will just remove that get back. And yes, sorry, my business center is a bit weird. It has some mixed languages. So yeah, you may see some steps in Polish, but and in English. Sorry for that. But all right, I think the steps are understandable. So yeah, once we played back, once we created the script, once we recorded it, of course to review how it works, we should play it back. Yeah, so yeah, maybe I'll make this player as small as I can, and let's try to rerun the process. Yeah, if I didn't make mistakes, we should create fixed asset. Of course, this acquisition probably will not pass because there are some missing configurations in my case. But in general, the approach for automation is the same on the processes. So no matter which process you will automate, this will look similar. Yeah, you just work through the process step by step and record it. All right, so now it will provide all the values. As you can see, my fixed asset number is now from the number sequence, and also description is exactly the same as a number. Okay, try to acquire. Next, balancing account. All right. And as you can see, of course, automated script repeats everything one-to-one to what was recorded. So this way you can be sure that each test case is the same, each test case execution is the same as the previous one. Right, everything worked in our case. Of course, yeah, this fixed asset was not acquired, but yeah, this is missing the configuration. But in general, all the steps were executed. All right, so this is how you create the test case. But let me close this whole page because I want to also show you how we usually execute the test cases. Because this foreground execution where you see the full playback on your screen is usually used only when we design the test case. But there is also a different way how you can run your script. And this is the background playback. So let's do that. I want to run my script in a background here, and yeah, I will also run this background with the documentation mode. So this way, I will not only execute my script, my test case, but I will also generate documentation out of it. Yeah, mine execution, previous execution took more than a minute. Background will be probably a bit faster. Yeah, and of course, for the full regression, you do not run scripts one by one. For that, usually we have two approaches. You can execute scripts from the project perspective to execute scripts based on the projects. But the ultimate solution, the most common solution, would be to use schedulers. And the schedulers, they work like batch jobs. Yeah, so you can keep your regression divided into one or maybe more schedulers where you add your scope. Yeah, so very simple thing on the flowchart or on the simple view, we can add scripts, tasks for our regression, and they are executed. And of course, you can decide when they are executed. This works like a batch job, so you can select any date and time to schedule it, to activate this kind of batch job. And then once the time is reached, all the scripts from the scope, they are executed. And next, of course, you have the history. Let me see if I have any history in other scheduler. This one is completed, so it should have some results. All right, maybe not the best one. But yeah, results are of course aggregated. So you can see how many scripts you executed, how many ended with some failure, how many ended with success. and warning. And of course, you can drill down to more details to see step by step, script by script, what happened. And then if you double click, you can also drill down to step by step information to see what happened. Okay, there was an error while looking on the environment, on the element. Probably the environment didn't respond on the activity, so our test case failed. But let's see how our fixed asset goes. Okay, it was finished already, so we will get back to it in a second. One more thing about schedulers. So of course you can keep more than one scheduler for your regression. But what is important, you can also trigger schedulers from the pipelines. So if you would like to do some smoke testing after your builds that are finished with the changes to Business Central, you can also trigger testing from the pipeline perspective. And yeah, last thing about schedulers. Maybe this regression scheduler is better case. Because the scripts they can be executed in two ways as well. By default, they are executed in a sequence, so they are executed one after another, so one test after another. But testing by Xplus also allows you to execute scripts in parallel mode. Yeah, so with parallel execution, you can execute everything at the same time, and even you can multiply each test case, each task on the scheduler to execute it multiple times to create workload, to create stress to your Business Central application. That's why we asked about the performance testing, because with parallel sessions, you can do performance testing this way. All right, let's see if we got our documentation generated. So let's download it. In a history, of course, of this script, I can see full execution of our background. It was all successful, as I can see here on the details. I can see duration of every step, the end result of the step, and also if we do background executions very often overnight, and then we take screenshots with background playbacks, so it can be validated also manually on the screenshots by the tester. And of course, documentation was generated out of it. Let me see if it was downloaded. Okay, now I downloaded it. So yeah, from every playback of the script, you can generate document, and this document can be used in multiple ways. Many customers use those files as a proof that they tested the process and how it was tested, but it can be used also as a documentation of the process, because it contains full list of the steps along with screenshots. So yeah, it is like full also guide how to do fixed asset in this case in Business Central. And at the end we have the end result from the full execution, and if we had any variables or assertions, they will be also summarized here. All right, this is, I would say, application in a nutshell. Of course, application is really advanced. You can do much more things, even use code within the test cases. It is also possible, like doing API calls, doing negative testing. Many things are also possible. Today, I just wanted to present you application in a nutshell to give you the feeling how it looks and what it takes to automate single test case in Business Central. And now let's get back to our PowerPoint, and I have like 2 more slides, maybe three more slides, and yeah, Okay, let's wait. Oh, all right. Okay, so how you can use our application with your projects, how to start this automation small, how to start using it with your customers. Yeah, so here I have a small process or maybe small approach which you can take. So start with ongoing project, upgrade, rollout, or maybe stabilization phase for your customers, and try then to identify just the critical processes. Even if we have a lot of critical processes, we can even just take few examples of them to start small. Yeah, so small set of critical processes that must always work. After every change, they need to work. And then you can record them and maintain them as part of your delivery package. So not as something separate, not something that customer needs to maybe pay separately. In this case, you can just prepare the scripts as a part of your delivery. Like like mentioned, good practice might be to have definition of done that requires creating automated script. Yeah, and once you start recording those critical processes, one customer after another, one project after another, you can start running those scripts for regression checks. Many scripts might be reused between customers, between projects. Of course, there would be some that they needs to be like client specific, they needs to be re-recorded for other customers, but many of the processes they can be reused. Yeah, so you start small with just critical processes. You can run it before releases, before going live, maybe before introducing some changes, and with the next iteration you can add few more scripts. Yeah, I think I should have the arrow circling back to identify again some critical processes, again some small scope, and after next regression you can add more. Of course, if you will have some issues, for any issue you can create a test case, as somebody explained on their approach. Whenever customer reports something, they make sure to create test case for that. Yeah, the same approach you can have with automated scripts, to always create automated script on the issues reported by customers. Yeah, and then of course you need to also maintain the test cases. No matter if the test cases are manual, they are automated, they require maintenance. So yeah, when your processes will change, where your regression will change, you can adjust tests. You can also adjust one test from one project to run them on another project. And of course, iteration after iteration, you start building the library of the scripts that whenever a new project will come, you can just take them like out of the box, adjust them a bit to new project, and very quickly you can start running automated scripts even for new projects. But first, of course, some scripts, they need to be recorded. You need to start recording it. Yeah, but if you start small, you can add iteration after iteration, new test cases to your portfolio. All right, and a few words about the application itself. Application is deployed within one day. Application takes hour or two, so it is not complicated implementation. Then after application is deployed, we provide 2 hours of trainings. Of course, for partners, we prepare partners to do trainings by themselves. And at the initial phase, at the initial stage, we can also help partners by doing trainings as well. And we have also many materials like knowledge base, guided tour in application, some how to do things, videos on YouTube. So yeah, it is really easy to start with application, especially if we do training for you guys. All right, so how to package testing as a service. So of course it might be internal use or service opportunities. So with internal use, you can use test automation to validate key processes for your customers before going live. In this situation, you don't even need to work with customer on this automation. It can be something that you do for yourself to speed up things on your side. So you just automate those test cases to quickly provide the results to customer, but customer don't pay for it. Yeah. Reduces manual regression effort during upgrades and changes. Similar thing if you want to manually speed up things, especially the regression with our app, it can be done. Helps structure how testing is approached across projects. So with manual testing, it is hard to keep this kind of approach that I described. With test automation, you can do that because you can reuse already done work. Yeah, so if your work was already done, you prepared some scripts, prepared some testing, you can reuse that again and again. Yeah, provides more control over validation without additional client involvement. Yeah, so as mentioned, if you don't want to involve the customer, you can just use application on your own to do testing for customer. Yeah, but of course, testing can be also the service. So of course you can resell the application itself to customers, but you can offer some services around application. So you do not sell only the license, but also your services. So very good option is regression testing for upgrades and release cycles. We do that on our own as well for our customers. They've basically kind of outsource testing to us. Yeah, so they do not test on their own, like nothing, but the full testing responsibility is on us. And we have a set of scripts that we have prepared for them. So every cycle we are running full regression for them and providing report from that activity to them. Yeah, and of course this is recurring service because the customers, they keep updating. So yeah, this is very good option. Validation of critical business processes before go live. Yeah, so if you would like to have this kind of service that before go live, you will additionally test something for the customer, or it doesn't need to be before go live. It can be also after every change, every update, validation of the business critical business processes. That might be something that customers are willing to pay. Support for UAT by preparing and running test scenarios. Yeah, so test scenarios, they can be used also as a training material. You can generate documentation out of the scripts. So you can prepare some new materials on UATs to train your users to do UATs. Or you can support UAT efforts just by running automation. Of course, in UATs, it's good to have the feedback from users because this is important, how users are feeling the system. But if the testing is complex, if we have a lot of things to test, test automation may support even UATs. Post-release validation after system changes. So this is like the first thing, but not only for the regression, but for every change. If customer will outsource full testing to you, you can be responsible for running automated scripts, running automated tests after every change to to the environment. Yeah, periodic regression checks for customers with frequent updates. Yeah, so of course you can do this kind of regression testing for more than one customer. So by that you can just create new service stream in your company for recurring revenue around running regressions for customers. Okay, and how to scale this across customer? So testing should become part of your delivery, not something that you have extra, that you present to customers as extra. The best results you may have if testing will become your delivery standard. Yeah, as a part of your delivery, you always deliver also automated scripts. And as we mentioned, you don't need to start to change anything right now, how you approach your customers. You can just try the application, start small with automating one test case after another to build up your library for future regressions. Yeah, and some scripts, might be reused, others are created from scratch, but with each project you will spend less time on automating things, less time on validating things, and less time on also scoping the environment, because for most of the typical business processes, you will have scripts already created, and with every iteration, it only grows. Yeah, so of course, please contact us if you would like to discuss in details how to approach your customers with testing application, how to insert testing as a part of your delivery. This is everything that we can discuss with you. We can help. But yeah, I'm really curious what your thoughts are. So at the end we have questions and answers. So if you have any thoughts, any questions, please shoot them on chat so I will be able to see them and answer. Also, if you have maybe more info from the quiz, then yeah, you may also add that. Okay, I can see a question. What are your preferred options for data-driven testing? So the most common option would be to use Excel files and global Excel files within the application. So Excel file can contain data for the process, and it's easy to maintain Excel file with the data. Especially if we use global Excels, then it can be shared among other scripts as well. So we use Excels a lot for managing the data. But the more important is what I already mentioned at the beginning, that if we don't want to rely on data that much, we can always prepare scripts that prepare data for other scripts. And this is a really good option because it makes your scripts kind of bulletproof, because you can rerun them anytime on any environments, and you can be sure that data is always there because some script is preparing data for other script. And maybe I have some example of it that I can show. Sorry. Let me see if I have something like that. All right, I don't see, but yeah, this is something that we can show separately on the call. So yeah, please contact us. So yeah, I can show you this option. Okay, let's see if we have more questions. Yeah, because from other things that we use for the data is of course the number sequences that we use today, and the variables that we also use today. Yeah, so variables, sequences, and data sources, these are the most common, but we want we are trying to always automate scripts this way that they don't need to rely that much on the data. Okay, can see more questions. So thank you very much for attending today. Yeah, especially thanks for everyone who stayed the whole day with us with Xplus today. Here on the screen you have a QR code. This leads to my personal LinkedIn. So if you would like to stay connected with me and also maybe ask some questions, share some thoughts, feel free to contact. Yeah, and thank you very much. Please remember to visit our page, to also contact us through the contact form. And yeah, thanks for watching.